everyone. A very good morning to you all. Welcome to the first lecture of Performance Management paper of ACCA. You're all welcome to the class. We are going to start with a quick round of revision, a quick round of introduction about each of us. Okay, just give me 1 second, I'll pop up the slide. All right. So I hope you can see my screen, listen to me, see me. All good? All right, perfect. So I'm Anushka Jain. I am a chartered accountant and I'm also an ACCA affiliate. So I'll begin with my journey. I qualified as a CA in 2017, post which I started working with Hindustan Coca-Cola Beverages, which is your soft drink brand Coca-Cola, in Bangalore. So during this time, I was engaged in finance and controls profile. Then I was very intrigued. So I qualified my CA in the first attempt. So starting off pretty young. So I was still not done with my studies. So I wanted to, continue my education further. So I took up the ACCA course, cleared CA in 2017, and in 2019, I took up ACCA course. Being a chartered accountant, I was having exemptions in 9 out of the 13 papers. So I just had to appear for the 4 of them at the strategic professional level. So the first paper I went with was the advanced financial management paper. That was the June 2019 attempt. And I got world rank 2 in the paper. And of course, all India rank 1. So that was my inception to this brilliant course, ACCA. Being in the finance profile, I could relate with the concept so well that it resulted in the worldwide rank. Second, in the next attempt, I appeared for 2 papers, which was SBL and SBR. And then in the December attempt, I appeared for advanced performance management, which is your 1 level up of the PM paper. So qualified all these papers in their very first attempt, and I was in ACCA by the end of 2019 also. So that was my experience with education. And then in the meanwhile, I joined Flipkart in Bangalore again. So there I was handling the business finance for the fintech part. So just to give you an introduction, and fintech is a new budding topic. In fact, in a lot of syllabus areas of ACCA paper also, you will come across fintech as a topic area. So just to give you a brief of what came my way in my Flipkart, profile was about the credit cards business. So Flipkart has its own co-branded card, which is with Axis Bank. If you shop, you get 5% cash back. Then InsurTech, then the bank offers. So if you shop, you get 10% discount on Kotak card, ICICI Bank. So all of the back-end finance behind that was being handled by me. A very interesting profile. And then post that, I moved on to Pernod Ricard India. You might not know by the company's name, but a very popular liquor company, second largest in the world, based out of France. And you might know the brands like Imperial Blue, Royal Stag. So these are all the brand names of Pernod Ricard India. So I'm currently the head of finance for northeastern states, which is Assam, Meghalaya, Arunachal, and Tripura. So I'm handling the regional finance for it. And that's how it is going. So, with all this practical work experience and all the educational experience, so I have myself been a very studious girl all my educational life. And, in fact, I also got this. So I am based out of Guwahati in Assam. So, I got all Assam rank 1 in my class 12 commerce stream also. And that gave me an opportunity from the state government to visit the USA. And that was like a, state sponsored, 12-day trip to the USA. So, I was always having a lot of affinity for the books. I still have, all my friends tease me with that. So, and then in the middle of that, all of these corporate and educational experiences, I took up coaching with VGLD, and that was in 2020, post my qualification. So I had a chance to meet VG sir, Vinod Gupta sir in Delhi for some event. So that was for my felicitation only, and that's when we met. And I expressed my desire to him that I want to teach. And I have already been involved in coaching students at the CA level also before I took up ACCA coaching. And that's when he said that, okay, let's go ahead and we'll, start this coaching and of the ACCA AFM. So the AFM was my first paper, which I took up coaching for. And then slowly over the last four, almost now about to complete 5. So in this last 4 to 5 years, I have coached hundreds of students. I have been involved in teaching AFM, FM, APM, and PM. So these are the 4 papers which I usually take up. And in this December attempt, my current 2 batches are going on, which is for the performance management paper and the financial management paper. So that was an introduction about myself. We are going to have live classes on Saturday and Sunday. It's actually very important. If you can join the live classes, nothing like it. You're going to enjoy and appreciate the subject much more. I'm a person who interacts with the students a lot. So whatever type of query you have, you are always free to reach out. You can use the chat box functionality to convey your messages. If you have a feedback on any, concept that we are teaching, that, okay, I also have I'm carrying this idea of this topic. So please message it out. Sometimes even I learn so much from my students also, because all of you are coming from diverse backgrounds. And when you give those inputs, it enlightens me also. So you can message your ideas about any topic, or if you have a doubt, of course, you can ask me. And simple rule of the classroom is that you do not have to worry whether my doubt is silly or important, nothing like that. Every doubt is important, and you do not have to think that I'll judge or others will judge. Be yourself, have your, mind satisfied with the concepts. If you're not understanding any topic in one attempt, ask me again, ma'am, this topic is not clear. Please explain to me again. So over the years, even, I have been teaching, I know where the students get stuck. Sometimes I'll only tell you that, are you able to understand this topic? This is some, of the common topic, doubt areas. So I'll only explain it twice, thrice from my experience, but sometimes something new of a topic that you may have a doubt in, please reach out, message me in the chat box on Zoom itself while during the live class, and I will take it up. And for those of you who cannot attend the live classes, who are going to watch the recorded lectures, don't worry at all. There is a WhatsApp group created for you all. You can post in your queries over there, okay? And I will take it up in the next class. So don't think that if you're taking recorded lectures, you're left behind, nothing like that. You can post your queries, and in the next class, I'll take it up along with the other classes. Other doubts. So what I normally do is, when I start off the class in the morning, I take up the doubts first. Okay, whatever doubts that you have, you can post it that this topic, this question, I tried solving. So all of that is sorted in the first part. However time it takes, sometimes it might just take 15 minutes, sometimes it might take 1 hour also. So we start off with the doubts, and then when we get in the flow, we start off with the concept areas for that particular class. Okay. So that is how it is done. I'll come in detail about what is going to be the flow of our classes and everything. We'll be discussing that over the next few hours. But before that, I would want to understand you all also. So I would request all of you to give me an introduction about you. Some of you might have been my past students. Maybe you have studied FM from me earlier. So you can mention that if you have been a past student. Or and what else I need from you is your name. Name I can see in your chat function. I want details about what you are studying. Is this your first paper? And any other course that you are taking up, be it BCom, be it CA, any course that you are taking up. Then, if you are working in any company, you may mention that which city you belong to, and that should be fine. If anything else you want to share on your own, welcome to hear that. So let's start. I'll request all of you to message me in the chat box so that I understand what the profile of the students is like. You know, some of you might be doing CA, some of you might not be doing CA, some of you are just focusing, on ACCA and you have completed other education. So just, quick introduction about yourself. So Kushi is doing BCom honors, and where are you from? Please mention all of these, like where are you from? What are you doing alongside ACCA? Is this your first paper? Have you done any other class under me? So Kushi is from Kapurthala and it's her 7th paper. She's doing BCom honors. Rowan is from Noida, working in Philips as a tax specialist. All right. And Rohan, is this your first paper or you are experienced in ACCA? Currently working as, so Rayan is working as a financial analyst. Done his BCom and it's his first paper with 4 exemptions. All right. Sneha is doing BCom from DU and done with FR, FM, and AA. She's from Delhi. It's Rinky's first paper and doing BCom honors. Okay, Rohan, it's his first paper, all right. Jashanpreet, I know he was from my FM batch. Currently pursuing BCom honors. Perfect. Then Shivnath is doing BCom in correspondence, 7th paper from Chennai. So just understand the diverse, profile of students that we are having from different parts of the country. Nishwa is from Surat, first paper and pursuing BCom. Hardik Malhotra, yes, I remember you from the FM batch from Prayagraj and completed his MBA. Okay, and will be joining Deloitte in November. That's very nice. Congratulations on joining Deloitte. Faizan is from Kolkata, 2nd paper. So he has given FR and doing BCom and planning to give PM or AA. All right. Rizwan is from Hyderabad, studying BCom general, and I've got conditional exemption. So this is my first paper. Okay. Riddhi is doing BCom in the 2nd year, first paper with 5 exemptions. So I understand a lot of you are doing this as the first paper. So rest assured, everything will be covered in the class. That is how the paper is going to look like. And, because for me, all of you are like naive, knows nothing about the paper, knows nothing about how to write exams. So you'll learn everything in the class. So nothing to worry. Ishika is from, yes, Ishika, I remember you. Has been my past FMP student. And glad to hear that. It's really happy to understand that students having a good experience, past experience in the FM batch also. I'm assuring you, it's only going to get better. Here, we're going to learn a lot of concepts and, of course, always there to support you. Himanshu is from Kanpur. ACCA 8 exemptions. PM is the first paper working as assistant manager in Genpact. Interesting. Then Dhruv is BCom honors and from Merit, this first paper. Aditya has done graduation from IP University Delhi, and after that moved to Mohali with my family. For that past 2.5 years, I've been doing foreign accounting. First ACCA exam. And Gunchan from Gwalior and MBA in finance, also completed CA IPCC. First paper, 7 years of experience in the finance stream. That's interesting, very good. And Prem has done BCom, and it's his third paper. Perfect. So I understand we have a very diverse profile of students, and it always is. That's why I want to understand all the time that how the students are faring in their educational career or in their work life, right? So I always get a mixed batch, and that's the best thing about it, because I always treat as if you don't know anything and you're learning everything for the first time. Okay, so have a relaxed mind. Don't stress much about it. We are going to go in a pace you're going to understand. And if you feel that topic, it's gone too fast, just let me know. So don't stress as to it's going to be a difficult paper, easy paper. Just keep a calm mind. Start with a fresh mindset that, okay, it's a new concept. Every day when you're here in the class, you're going to learn something new. So have that mindset that, okay, it's for my own development that we are taking these classes and to move ahead in the career also. Because see, ACCA as a qualification, it will open your gateway to so many interesting work positions. A lot of the companies, in fact, VGLD will also keep posting job openings wherever applicable. And, so many job openings other than that also, like not just as fresher, but in the later experienced folks also. ACCA keeps coming up with a lot of opportunities. So I'm sure to gain that professional edge in your career. See, because as a BCom or, as an MCom, it's the type of work profile you will get, and of course the salary. Because see, all of us, we are working for salaries, right? Salaries are important. So the type of work, and with that, the salary which you get as a plain vanilla, BCom graduate, and compare it with an ACCA, you will yourself see the difference. Starting packages are around, let's say like 6 to 8 lakhs. I'm saying 6 as the bare minimum. So, and then you start off with those salaries. And of course, over the years, it is your own caliber, your own, work performance, which makes the difference. That you see, all of us being a professional, we're gonna having a professional degree, we will start off maybe as an analyst role or an assistant manager role. And then how you climb up in your career, it post that, once that entry barrier is done, that you have entered a good organization, you are in a good profile, once that is done, then it's all your caliber, your understanding of real world problems, that makes all the difference. See, even I have been in corporates for the past 7 to 8 years now. So I'm telling this from experience that having a good degree is just an entry point. And that is where, this professional qualifications step in, that you get a good, opening in the professional world. And post that, it's always going to be how much you are able to, deliver to the team, to the company. So for that, always have this mindset that at least when you're taking my classes, I'm assuring you, you're going to learn the concept as if you're applying it in your real life or in your corporate life. So don't just think of coming and cramming up concepts here. Some of you are my past students, you already know, I anyways break down a concept so much that you will understand it by default. I try to simplify it so much that everything will start coming to you as a default. Okay, I need to do this, that, and everything. So make sure that is the mindset you're carrying, and not just that I'm here to pass the exam, but because you have to think from the long-term point of view that this is what I have to do in life, and it's not just bookish knowledge that I want to carry. I want to carry real practical knowledge, and that's where the classes will help you. Okay, so on that note, we will start off with the orientation session. Any doubt, anything you want to share so far? Any point that you want to mention? Please let me know. All right, if there's nothing, we move on. Okay. So performance management is a computer-based exam. And on this point, I request you all to please use computers, that means laptops, while you're taking the classes. We are going to practice a hell lot of questions in the class, and I'm telling you, we'll practice a lot. Okay. So make sure you have your laptops ready. I'm gonna make you so savvy with the Excel and Word, which you're gonna use in exam also, that this becomes your easy thing in exam. See, because what happens is, for the students who are appearing for ACCA exams for the first time, computer-based exam seems like, oh my God, because all your life in your graduation and all, you would have studied on your, and given exams on pen and paper. But that's no more the reality. You have to write the exam on a computer, right? So for that, what you have to do is please log in from your laptops only every day whenever you're taking the classes. And we will be using MS Excel and MS Word to solve the questions. Okay. And what happens in this process is that you start your, your typing skills improve. You start becoming comfortable with Excel and Word, how the calculations are done there. And I'm telling you, life becomes much simpler with doing the calculations on Excel, because you don't have to really memorize anything. I'll just tell you these are the simple formula you can apply in Excel, and your life will be sorted, right? So make sure you are doing this from day one itself, that you log in using your laptops for the classes. So approach to examining, there is no choice in this exam. All questions have to be answered. Okay, so there will be no optional questions. All questions which are going to come in the exam, they have to be answered. All of them will be carrying marks, and all of them have to be answered. There is no negative marking. All questions should be attempted. See, you're having a 100-mark paper, so there is no negative marking, but you're not sure about a particular answer. So what you should do in this scenario, give it a, random selection of an option. But please do not leave any question unanswered. So let's be very clear, there is no negative marking in ACCA. Attempt all the questions in exam, right? Next is exam duration is going to be of 3 hours, and pass mark will be 50%. Okay. So that's the breakup. Exam duration will be of 3 hours, 100-mark paper, pass mark is 50%, but for you all, it's no longer 50%. You have to think that I have to get at least 70% marks. Go with that logic. That, for me, the pass mark is 70%, and that is how your, preparation strategy should be. That I am preparing as I have to get a minimum 70. I'm talking about maximum. So, of course, you have 100 to achieve and world ranks to get yourself. So keep that approach in mind. So just to tell you, the exam question paper is going to be divided into 3 sections. Section A, Section B, Section C, right? And each of these sections have a special type of question format. Section A and B are objective test questions. That is, you will have to do some sort of a selection. But please be careful. I'll be showing you paper also, don't worry. Be careful that these are not multiple choice questions. These are not MCQs. These are objective test questions. I'll show you the different types of objective test questions on the paper itself. But just as a disclaimer, these are not MCQs. You'll see variety of questions in this category. And then the third section is constructed response. That is descriptive style. You have to write, you have to solve properly, show all your calculations and all. Here, section A and B, whatever rough work you do, whatever calculations you do, it doesn't matter. Only your final answer matters. But here in constructed response, the way you have solved, whatever you have written, that matters. Okay. Now, section A will have 15 questions and section B will have 3 questions. Ma'am, you said all of these sections have a different format of questions. Let me tell you how. So yes, both of them have objective test questions, but section A will have 15 independent questions having no correlation with each other. All of these 15 questions will be independent. So question number 1 might be talking about linear programming. Question number 5 might be talking about, let's say, variance analysis. So all of these topics, they will be separately tested. No correlation between the questions. Now, in section B, objective test questions, each of these questions will have 5 sub-questions. And these 5 questions will be interrelated. I hope you're understanding. So there will be 3 scenarios given to you. So these will be scenario based. Section A questions are not scenario based. Section B, 3 questions will be scenario based, and each of these scenario will be carrying 5 questions. And these 5 questions will be interrelated. Okay. So there are 3 questions in section B, and then section C, which is your descriptive style questions, they will have 2 questions. Okay. Now, let's understand the marks breakup. So 15 questions, each of these questions will carry 2 marks, flat 2 marks each question, okay? So that makes it 30 marks for section A question. Clear? Please pause me if you have any concern, okay? So 15 questions, 2 marks each, total makes it 30. Then we have 3 questions here. I told you each of these questions will have 5 sub-questions. And now each of these 5 questions, sub-questions, they will also be carrying 2 marks, just like section A. So 5 questions into 2 marks. So that makes it what? 10 marks per question, right? 5 questions in each, 5 sub-questions in each question, and each of these sub-questions are carrying 2 marks. So that makes it 10 mark per question. And that makes it again 3 into 10, 30 as the total marks. And then lastly, constructed response. 2 questions would be there, and each of these questions will carry 20 marks. 2 questions, 20 marks each, 20 into 2, 40. Okay. And 1 question of 20 marks. No. Section C questions are also broken down into subtypes. Now, it is not defined how many subtypes would be there. Like in section B, it is defined now that there will be 5 subtype questions. In section C, that is not defined. They might sometimes ask you in 3 subtypes, like let's say 1 question of 5 marks, another question of 10 marks, and another one of, say, let's say balance 5 marks. So that is how they might break up, or they might break up into 4 subparts also. So there is no blueprint given by the ACCA that this is the format that you have to follow. So, that is about the constructed response. Number of questions is 2, marks is 20, and that 20 will be broken down. It's not just 1 question. Again, this question will also be scenario based. You'll be given, some details about the company, and you'll have to read it first and then attempt the questions. So that is the breakup of your 100 marks and how your 3 hours will be consumed. Please take a look at the slide. Let me know if you are clear. Any doubts that you have, let me know. Go through it. Are you clear with the exam format? Yes? Perfect. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at the real life exam paper also so that you understand what each of these things mean. Okay, let me show you how. So what you do, everyone please open Google in the background, okay, and type in ACCA practice platform. Please type this ACCA practice platform and click enter. Then this first link, you're going to see past exams and question practice. Everyone please follow it up. Open this. Scroll down, and you will see this link. Log in to the practice platform. Click on this. Then it will ask for your user ID password. Do every one of you have your user ID password? Enter your user ID password to my ACCA. This one has not got it. This one, have you started your ACCA registration? Upcoming Jan? When are you planning to attempt the exam? Oh, you're appearing in March 25. Okay. See, I think you might consider registering, but again, that will involve, so you will have to then pay your fees for 2 years in that case, for 24 also and then 25 also. That is why they might have recommended that they register you in January so that, you have to pay your platform fees for just in 2025 onwards, and you don't have to pay for the balance 3 months of 24. If you're attempting in March 25, then it is fine. And everyone else, do you have your ID password? Rohan, why are you not having it? So everyone, please make sure if you're attempting the paper in December, you have your ID password ready. If you're appearing in March, then it's fine. Okay, 1 or 2 days, it's fine. Okay, they'll give it to you. If you're attempting in December, you should get it. Okay. All right. So once you get those credentials, your username and password, you'll get, all of you will get, if you're appearing in December, of course, please reach out to the team. They will do it for you. Okay. So sign into my ACCA. Those of you who have, please follow the steps along with me. And others also, if you watch the video recorded lecture later, you will understand the steps. So sign into my ACCA. And then let's have a look at one of the questions. So performance management. And then ACC official resources. We're going to have a look at the practice exams. Okay. Have a look here. What did I do? Performance management, then ACCA official resources, then practice exams. And then assign. So I have already assigned it. So it's showing unassigned for me. For you, if you're seeing it for the first time, you're going to see an assign button. Okay. So click on that assign button. Okay. And then one tab will open up over here. So assign this one, pre-September 2024 mock. Assign yourself this paper, September 24 mock. Then this tab will open up over here. Pre-September 2024 mock exams. Okay. Click on that. I'm seeing multiple options because I have opened multiple papers. For you, if you're opening for the first time, you will just see one tab, sub tab below this one, and that would be for pre-September 24 mock exam. Okay. So you click on that, click on start. Now, please tell me all of you have landed on the screen with me so far. Anyone lagging behind, please follow the steps. Let me know if you're missing anything. Anyone lagging behind, waiting for you? If you're here on this page, just message me a yes in the chat box. There? All right. Everyone here on this page now? Okay. Judgment Day. I'm seeing your name as Judgment Day. Please log in with your names now. Everyone, please log in with your names. It's not possible to call out by you, call you out by this. So, okay. No, not necessary to log out now and log in again. Next time when you log in, please log in with your names. All right. So next you click here. Here again. Scroll down. Next. Next. And next. See? Exam summary they are telling you over here, which you have just understood. Not able to change. I think you might have to log out then. It's okay. I mean, you just message me your name for the timing and then going forward next class onwards, please log in using your name. It's okay. All right. So you were going to see the breakup, which we just saw in the slide. That section A carrying 15 objective test questions, each worth 2 marks, then 30 marks in total. Section B, 3 objective test cases. Okay. Each containing a scenario which relates to 5 objective test questions, each worth 2 marks. Okay. All right. So 30 marks in total over here also. Then section C. Section C will have 2 questions, which we just understood, each containing a scenario. So both section B and C will carry scenarios. This will have 20 marks and 40 marks in total. All questions are compulsory, no optional questions. Now, if we click on next, we will be able to start off the exam. So first one, you're going to have section A. I'm just trying to show you the different types of questions which come. Sorry. Yeah. So different types of questions which come in objective test. So I told you now that it's not MCQ questions only, it's objective test. So which of the following statements are true? So you have to select one of the options. So as in they'll give you 2 statements over here and then you have to select one of them. And if you click on next, see here, what was the material usage planning variance? So you'll have to do calculation basis the data which is given here. Ma'am, how will we do the calculations? See, one thing I want to recommend on the very first day itself, please go for center-based exams. It's much easier. I would, if I am asked a question, ma'am, should I go for a remote exam or center-based exams? My first choice would be to go for center-based exams. If you are getting a center allotment, go for it. Because see, in center-based exams, you get a physical rough paper also. Okay, but that you cannot use in a remote-based exam. And if any one of you, those who have attempted exams in the past, what was your mode of your appearing the exam? Was it remote or was it center-based exam? Those of you have already attempted exams in the past. Shika went for center. All the messages I'm getting is center only. So even my recommendation always is that please go for center-based exams. It's easier because, everything management of that exam facility is of ACCA. Because till yesterday, I was getting one of the students message me, ma'am, that my laptop was crashing during the exam. They had opted for this remote exam. And then there is always the struggle. It always happens. So first priority is to go for center-based exam. You'll be able to avoid the panic because because tech glitches are not in your control. It can happen anytime, anywhere. So when you are in a center-based exam, there are invigilators who are there to. But when you're going for a home-based exam, it's all you on your own. Yeah, of course, ACC provides support, but then again, it takes its own time, and then in that exam mindset, you get into a panic mode. So to avoid that, go for center-based exams. All right. So why I was saying center-based exam is preferential is that you get to you will be given nothing to carry. You will be given a physical paper for doing your rough calculations. See, anyways, if you see, you have a scratch pad here also, but then you have to type here, so you may not be comfortable. Then you have to do some calculations also. You are allowed to carry a calculator. So if you are going for a home-based exam, for example, if you're not getting a center, for whatever reason you have selected a home-based exam, so you can do the calculations in the scratch pad here. Okay, so let's say you have calculated something on the calculator. Let's say 5 into 4, 20. You have noted down. So variance, you can just write down is, let's say 20. And then follow on calculations, you can note down whatever you want to write over here. This scratch pad will not get submitted. This scratch pad will not get submitted to the examiner. Whatever you write here, whether you keep it, delete it, don't worry about it at all. It will not get submitted to the examiner. What will get submitted is your answers over here. Okay. Yes, there are centers in all the countries. Wherever ACCA is there, you will get centers. So just, try having a look at the website, or you may even connect with the admin team. They will help you out on this. Okay. So those of you who are doing a home-based exam, you can use the scratch pad here to do your scribbling. And those of you who go for center-based exam, you'll be given a paper for up sheets, and you can use that for writing down your calculations at least. And calculators are allowed in both center-based exam also and home-based exam also. Please do not use this calculator. I mean, I can't emphasize enough as to why you should not use it, because it's very, time consuming to even write down. Use this calculator. So please carry your own calculator. It's much better to do that. Standard, you can get a standard calculator also, but then I don't find it very convenient. So you can type in your numbers also, like I'm just using my keyboard right now, 984, whatever. So you can use that. So into, let's say 2 equals to, if I press it. So the keyboard functions will work. You may not necessarily have to click on it. You can use the keyboard function, but somehow I just feel that it's better to use a physical calculator. So I'm telling you all of these things because a lot of you are new to the paper, to the exam concept altogether. So it's important to know that you will be allowed to carry a calculator. In sector-based exam, you will be given a rough sheet. You cannot carry any rough sheet in a home-based exam. Your test should be absolutely clear. All right, so here you'll have to do some calculation on the basis of the data which will be given over here. And then you have to select any particular option. So let's say I select this. I'm randomly selecting, okay? These all concepts you'll learn later. Then you click on next. So indicate whether each of the following statements have been made are true or false. So if this statement is true, see different types of questions. So if let's say this is false, so I've selected false. This is true, false, true. Then next. So what is the value? Again, you'll have to do calculation over here and then input the correct answer, whatever is the answer. Let's say it is this. Then you click on next. See, what is Chrome's current ratio, assuming 360 days in a year, to 2 decimal places? Now, let me be very clear. If they're asking you to write up to 2 decimal places, your rounding off should be up to 2 decimal places. See, rounding off, although it's a very basic concept, but I have had students asking me about this in the doubt class, which I keep before the exam. That, ma'am, how do we round off? It's a very basic thing. So we will cover that also while we come back to the slides. I'll cover that, how to round off. It seems very basic, but students mess it up. And because please understand, section A and section B, both of them will be marked by the computer. So if you were supposed to write, let's say, a certain number and you write something else, then you lose your marks. So let's be very clear. Yeah, I'll cover how to round off. So let's be very clear that you have to round off properly to get the marks, because this will be marked by a computer. Okay, and not a human to allot you marks for right calculations. Because section C it's that scope is there. If you have done the calculations right, you get step marking. But in section A and B, it is either wrong or right. There is nothing in between. There is no such thing as step marking that you could think in the right direction. There's nothing like that. So what is Chrome's current ratio? You'll have to calculate and assume 360 days in a year. So you calculate it and input the variables over here. Okay. Then, which of the following statements are correct or incorrect? Again, similar type of a question we saw earlier also. Here you have to select one of the options. Again, similar type of a question we have seen earlier. See, again, here you have to input an answer. Then again, correct, incorrect type of a question. True, false. Again, true, false. See, here you have to write up to 1 decimal place. So just write up to 1 decimal place. Percentage is already given. So don't you write percentage in the answer box. So this all things now you have to be careful. And you learn this only if you're observing the questions properly. So there's nothing to teach over here. That percentage is given. You should be able to see it. But these things you can learn only with practice. Then let's go here next. Here also you have to select one only. Looking for one particular variety of question. Let's see if I have it. It doesn't have one option each. Now section B starts. Okay. So 3 objective test question and there will be 5 objective test questions below it. Now look at how the questions will be given to you. So this is the scenario. I told you that this will be case based. So this is the scenario. All of the data is given to you over here. Okay, whatever you will be needing to solve 5 questions. See, the following scenario relates to question 16 to 20. Okay, so you'll have to do the calculations over here and put in the values, whichever is the correct one. See, same scenario, nothing changes. So please don't start reading the scenario every time. Read it once, read it properly. Data, you might keep picking up separate data for each of the questions, but the scenario is same. Although it has been given again and again, but that doesn't mean the scenario is different. Same scenario for 5 questions. Okay. True or false type of a question. Value inputting type of a question. Again, true or false selection question. Now this one. See, what you have to do, using throughput accounting principles, rank the products. So, X, let's say, this one is not working. It's working. So you have to drag and put it. So let's say X is second in rank. So I've selected it. I'm keeping my cursor selected and I'm placing it on second. Then Y I'm dragging and putting on the first. You also give it a try. Move on to question number 21 on your screen. Give it a try. Are you able to drag and put? Everyone give it a try. See if you're able to do it. Question number 21. See, you can navigate to any particular question from here. Click on navigator, scroll down directly to question number 21. Click on this, you land on this particular question only. It's here, navigator, question number 21. Please tell me if you've reached. Reached? Are you able to drag and put the boxes like this one? Are you able to do it? Drag and, place it. Yes? See, this type of question comes. And that's what I want you to, be aware about in the first class itself, that don't think objective test question as MCQ questions only. There will be different types of questions, like this one was drag and place. Then click on next. You have to scroll down, click on next. You have to input the variable up to 1 decimal place. Now see, the scenario has changed. Question number, I think the numbering doesn't seem to be right. Anyways, so, no, it's fine, okay, my bad. So question number 20 to 25, this is the scenario. I did not mention it earlier. So this is the scenario for question number 20 to 25. The scenario has changed, but that 5 questions were done and a new scenario came in. So this is the scenario that you are having over here. Then next. Again, increase, decrease selection type of a question. See, not true. See, they could have very easily said which of the statement is false, but just to confuse you in your exam, they'll mention these things. So you have to be careful about it's not true, meaning what? Which of the following statements are false? Then, see another scenario. Question number 26 to 30. Third scenario. The scenario changes. Okay. So they'll give you a lot of data points. So you'll have to pick it up from here. Question number 26 to 30. It's this now. Sometimes actually I'm not able to get that type of a question, but sometimes you will get multiple options. Let's say 6 to 8 options will be there. They will mention you select 2 out of the options. Normally, if nothing is mentioned, you will be given to select only 1 option. Let's say all the questions that we saw so far, all of them allowed us to select just 1 option. If they want to give, they might give more than 4, 6, 8 options also. And then they'll ask you to select, let's say 2 out of the 6, 3 out of the 6. And let me be very clear, all the options have to be correct for you to get the marks. None of the questions were of that category in this paper, but just to tell you that there could be scenarios where you'll be given 8 options and then you have to select 4 out of them. All 4 of them have to be correct for you to get the marks. If any one option you select incorrectly, your entire 2 marks will go, even if the other 3 are right. Okay? But they might give you this type of a question. Be careful, but they will specify. If nothing is specified now, always select one. In fact, the question itself will allow you to select only one. If I select another one, it will just unselect the other one. So mostly, you just have to select one, but there could be a variety of question in which you will be given multiple options and you have to select multiple options. Okay. So this is how the question paper looks like in section A and B. See here, it just came in, what I was looking for. Which 2 of the following statements are correct? Here you have to select 2. If you start selecting third one, it will get selected, but then your answer will get marked incorrect. So be careful, you just have to select 2 and both of those have to be correct to get the marks. If you are selecting one correct, it's not like you'll get 1 mark. No, you have to get all the options correct, and they will always specify. If any particular question wants you to select more than one option, then it will specify. Okay? Is it clear, everyone? Anyone having any doubts so far? All good? Yeah? Perfect. Now let's move to the next one. Now section C comes in, 2 constructive response questions. See again, this one is a long one. Long scenario, see? Long scenario. The scenario relates to 3 requirements. So I told you now that there is no breakup. Any number of questions can be asked in section C. So 3 requirements are going to be there. So this is one. Explain the principles. Explain the principles. You have to do the explanation over here. Explain the principles of relevant costing and why gate company would use relevant costing for their job, for their homes. So be very careful here. All of these things I will be repeating in my classes also. But some things which should stick in your mind is, first of all, always remember there are 2 parts in this one question. One is this and another is this. There is a separator over here which is and. What students normally do is, they'll just write on the floor, they'll address the first part of the question and move on to the next. Let me tell you, you will not get full marks. This part is marked by a human. It's for 5 marks. How much you have to write, all of that I'll be telling. But be careful whenever there is a separator and address both parts of the question. Students make this mistake. Please do not. Okay, so let's move to the next part. See, prepare a statement showing the project's relevant cost for 8 marks. You are given an Excel file like this. That's a spreadsheet. They'll give you like this. The scenario is same. Scenario is same. See, we saw this, na, heater and all. So scenario is same. Now you can do the calculations over here. So this works like a very basic Excel. Okay. You will be able to use the formula which I teach in class. So everything which I teach you. So let's say I am teaching you any particular formula that is tried and tested. You will be able to use it. Okay. So for example, let me just tell you 6, 5. Let's just write something. 6, 5, 4, 6. If you want to use a sum function equals to sum. One thing, note over here. So if I write equals to SUM, if you press tab button on your keyboard now, it just makes that bracket on its own. Sometimes I find this useful. You don't have to click the brackets. So if you click on sum and then shift and the left arrow, okay, equals to sum and shift and left arrow, close the bracket, enter. So sum function works. Then let's say another function I might teach you in class. So let's say 2, 3, 4. Now what I want to know from this table. Let's say this is the table which we are working on. And I want to know what is the value. This will come handy. Okay. So the question is that I want to know what is 6 into 2 plus 5 into 3 plus 6 into 4. I'm telling you random things. And whenever these topics come in, I'll teach you the concept again. So let's say I need that value. So what do I want? Basically, first I calculate 6 into 2. Then I press Control C, Shift and left right button. I do Control V. Okay. You can drag the formula. See, I'm trying to show you all the functionalities which will be available. You can drag the formula. So if you see here, the formula got dragged. Although I made the formula over here, A1 into A2, if I pressed Control C, Control V, it dragged to the next cell. Similarly, it dragged over here to make it C1 into C2. So that functionality is available. My question is, what is the sum of these products? Again, press equals to sum, open bracket and shift and left cells. I get 51. But another way I could have calculated this was through a sum product function. What is that? Equals to sum P. See what I did. I told you that tab button is helpful. See what I did. I pressed equals to sum P I wrote. And I press the tab button. It will autofill the formula for me. The name of the formula, it autofilled. I'm just trying to make you aware of what all things are available to you. Now, sum product. And now when I press the left arrow and select all these cells, shift and left, comma, scroll down and select all of this. Close the bracket. See, again, it will give me the same value. So just telling you some functions, basic functions, whatever I'll teach you in class now, it's all tested that these functions will work in Excel. Anyways, if you also feel that I don't know, ma'am has taught this formula in class, whether it works in the exam or not, you can any day come to this practice platform, log into it and just check whether that formula is working or not. Okay. So that is about the Excel functionality and the type of question that comes. So prepare a statement showing the project's relevant cost. So all of that you will learn. So you can type in also, like let's say, one more thing, very important. You can copy from here, okay? Control C, you drag it selected, double click on this, Control V. See, I could paste it over here. You can resize the columns, projects relevant cost. Okay. If you want to show it like this, these are the calculations which you can do. There are multiple options available. Format. So all of the basic Excel shortcuts also work. Like if I want to make it bold, I can press Control V. Control C, Control V works. Control X, Control V works. Okay. Then your center alignment, if you want to do right alignment, if you want to make it up to 2 decimal places, you can do that. Okay. If you want to write it as a percentage, let's say you want to calculate a percentage. So you can make it a percentage, right? Then underline if you want to do, let's say you want to underline this, Control U, that works. Okay. So all of that will be available to you. Okay. So make sure you become comfortable with Excel so that you're able to manage this. That is the whole intent, so that you start practicing on Excel from day one itself, so that you become comfortable with these types of things which you'll have to do in the exam. Now, let me be very clear. There are no marks for formatting properly. Okay, like let's say you are drawing borders over here or anything, but you'll not get marks for that. But make sure your answer is legible. Anyone who is able to read the answer is able to have a fair understanding of what you are doing. So if you want to do, let's say if you want to do a border, so you can do a border like this. Okay, and so let's say this I was able to make. Anything that you want to do, you can do. See, sell, if you want to, you know, this alignment is available outside only. If you want to color a box, let's say you want to highlight some particular one. So this is, sorry, this is for coloring. Highlight. Now this one. This option is available that you can color a particular box if you want to do. Okay, that is available to you. Okay. So whichever box you want to color, you can select and color. Then you can remove this. So then it's done. Somehow it is not getting unselected. Some bug with the platform. It's coloring every cell that I'm selecting, but that's not how it works. If you just press it once, it just colors that one and then it gets deselected. Somehow it is not getting deselected over here. Let me just come back to the screen and let's see if that problem persists. Now it's fine. Normally that's how it is. You don't, I mean, it doesn't copy the color, but I hope you understand that these all options are available to you. You can make percentage, you can make decimal, you can, color a particular cell, you can color a particular number, but formatting does not carry marks. Very basic formatting like bold, that's enough. I mean, bold, underline, that should be fine. Don't spend a lot of time on formatting. Although all of these options are available. Okay, clicking on next. Now this is the third part. Explain why you included or excluded each item in your costing. So 20 marks is there. Total. So first one was for 5 marks, then second was for 8 marks. This one is for 7 marks. So total 20 marks got consumed in these 3 requirements. Now let's move to the second question. Different scenario, J company this time. Okay. So discuss the objectives of setting a transfer price. And again, see, this is how students lose the marks and how a suboptimal transfer price can distort the performance assessment of the divisional managers. Illustrate your answer with examples from J company. Are you seeing something? These verbs, discuss, illustrate, previous one question had explain. So I'll be telling you about the significance of each of these words also, so that you know what you have to write when it is asking you to discuss, when it is asking you to explain. See, these are very basic things. Students ignore it. They'll say like, okay, I know all the concepts. But please remember, it's not about what you know that matters in the exam. It is all about what you write in the exam that gives you the marks. You might know hundreds of things, but if you're not able to present properly, then it's done. I mean, you have to write what is expected out of you. Just don't get excited. Oh, wow, I got a scenario which I can understand. See what the requirement is. Answer the requirement very carefully. It is possible, I'm telling you, that the scenario might be common from what you have studied in the class or any practice question that you have done. But the requirement is completely different. But in your excitement in exam, you write that you know, not what is asked out of you. So please, these are very basic things I'm telling you. Keep these things clear in your mind from day one itself. That you have to be very careful when you are reading the requirement. Okay. So C, second question, part A was this. It is for 6 marks. This is for say 14 marks. So this particular scenario had 2 requirements only. One was for 6 and this one is for 14. Now this one is calculative, so they will give you Excel. Okay. Prepare a statement showing the profit of both the divisions. Here you have to just do the calculations. Where appropriate, your sales and cost figures should be split into external sales and interdivisional transfers, and comment on your results. Ma'am, where do I comment? Comment in Excel. Put your comment over here. Okay. You can write over here. So this is something which you should be aware about. All of these formattings that you can do, the different and wrap text is available. So for example, let's say I write a long statement. I'm just copying here, this one for the time being. I write a long statement over here. But then what happens? It disappears, right? Examiner will not be able to see it. So what you can do is fairly increase the length of that cell and then click on right click, format cells, and click on wrap text, apply. So it gets converted like this, so that the entire statement shows up. Okay. So these things, functionality, what you should do is after the class, explore each and every button, because this is how your exam paper is going to look like. So you should not be knowing about these elements on the exam date. You should be knowing about it from day one itself. I've told you the basic things, but go through it. You might discover something else. Okay, like let's say the symbol functions. Now, how do I put yen in the exam? So this is from where you can insert it. Click on insert. Wait a second. Double click, then symbol, insert euro. So, wait a second. Some bug is there. You can insert it like this. Some issue is there. But anyways, I think we might just refresh it, and or in some other paper they will allow you to do it, but it's done. Normally it works. I don't know, somehow this paper is not allowing me. But this functions work from here. So like if you want to insert a symbol, then if you want to strike off, let's say you want to strike this off, it's not much of relevance, but you can use these functions. Strike through will not be useful for you anyways. Then scratch pad, I've told you, calculator, I've told you. Then to explore this, that what all functions will be available to you if you were writing an exam, how would you do it? Okay. Then we try it somewhere else. Somehow it is not working here. Let's try in some other question. Should work actually. Some issue. All right. So this is now in the Word file also what all functions you have. Bold, italics. See, all of that you can do with the keyboard shortcuts also. Control B, Control I, then Control U. All of that is available. Strike through is something you can do. Okay. So this is available. You can make use of it. So that was the entire question paper. Take some time after the class. Explore all of these options. Okay. Anyone having any doubt? Are we good to move ahead? Perfect. So let's move ahead. We'll come back to the slide. This was your exam format and exam pattern. Okay. Let me show you something. I'll just show you the rounding off part also. So all the files which I'm showing in the class now, you will get all of that. So don't have to write or take screenshots or anything. You get everything in the class. Teacher rounding off over here. Yes, of course. So just to tell everyone also, So what we'll be doing is we are keeping the classroom, let's say 7 a.m. and 12 p.m. So we'll be having a 5-hour class. And in the middle, you'll be getting a 20-minute break. So mostly like after we are done with 2.5 hours, and give a break for 20 minutes so that you can refresh yourself and be back. And in this process, see, my intent always is that you get sufficient time post the completion of the course. Because what happens is we might do shorter classes now, but then the classes get extended till the last week. That I don't want to do with you. I want to give you sufficient time so that you practice. Because practicing is a very important feature in PM, FM. These exams, they require you to practice a lot. And those of you who have attempted FM earlier, you will know this better. That questions you can attempt only if you have practiced, before. So normally what we do is, so let's say you are, this batch we are taking a live for the December attempt. So your exams will be in this week of 2nd December till 6th of December. Your exam dates will come. I'll show you also. Dates would have come. So PM normally happens on Thursday. I'll just check on the calendar and show you also. So 2nd to 6th of December is your exam, and mostly your exam date. Let's just check that only now. Let's come to Excel. I mean this Chrome. I'll show you. So what you can do is click on ACCA exam timetable. Okay, type this ACCA exam timetable. Click on the first link. So September attempt, December attempt. See. No, PM is not on Thursday, it's on Wednesday. Yeah, it's on Wednesday. So your exam is on 4th of December. Right? Your exam is on 4th of December. So mostly your paper, your classes, they will get completed. Let me just tell you the date. Mostly it will get completed by 16th to 17th of November. Okay. So that gives you about more than like 15 days just to yourself to practice questions, to do mocks. That is the advantage that I want to give to you, that we do the classes in full sprint throughout and we don't rush towards the end. We take time in each of the concepts. We'll build that up. So mostly your classes, they will get over by 16th or 17th November. Okay, that would be my agenda. A year class here and there. Just don't take it as like a, line written and nothing. So just mostly the average would be around 16th or 17th will get done with the classes. And yeah, so you will get sufficient time. So to answer your questions, Shivnath, you will get sufficient time to do the mock exams. You'll get sufficient time to do the practice questions also. So that will, all of this preparation that we are doing from day one, that's going to help you later. It will allow you the time to practice. And I always recommend, it will come in the slides also later, that go for minimum 3 mock exams. In the last 15 days that you get now, practice 1 mock exam at the interval of every 5 days. 1 mock exam at the interval of 5 days. So 15 days you will get in your hands. You practice 1 mock exam at the interval of 5 days. So all of that we'll cover. But just to answer your question, will I get time? Yes, you will get time. Alright, so I was showing you the rounding off part. Just give me one second. I hope you can see my Excel screen. Everyone, please confirm. Are you able to see my Excel screen? All right. Now let's understand rounding off also. Very basic thing, but important to know for you to get marks in section A and B. So let's say while doing the calculation, you get this value, 432.11. I showed you now the question will specify round off to this, round off to that. Let's say the question is specifying rounded to the nearest dollar. Rounded to the nearest dollar. Tell me, what would you put in the answer box? What would you put in the answer box? Absolutely right. We will be putting 432. Next question. Rounded to one decimal place. Tell me, how would you round off? Second question. Rounded to one decimal place. Be careful. You might lose your marks if you're in a hurry. Rounded off to one decimal place. See, such a basic thing, but I'm telling you, some of you have made mistakes in the answers. Let me teach you. Again, this is a class 5 topic, but nevertheless, I want all of you to be exam ready. See, 432.45, and you have to round off up to one decimal place, right? So, which number will you be seeing when you have to round off? So, you will see at the decimal, I mean, at the number right after the requirement. And what is the number over here? 5. And what is the rule? That if the number is higher than, it's equal to or greater than 5, we round up, right? So it's 432.45. That means they want the answer up to this much. And for that, you have to see the number next to it. Just the number next to it. So here the number is 5. So what will you do? You will be doing, please, very basic thing, 432.5 is your answer. So those of you who said 432.4, are you able to understand? If the answer is requiring you to answer up to this, you have to look at the decimal, at the number right after that requirement. If it is 5 or above, your answer will get rounded up. So here it will be 432.8. Got it? All right. Then let's take a look at this one. Rounded to the nearest $100. All of this type of variety of rounding off can come. Look at this. Rounded to the nearest $100. Again, getting variety of answers. Please try, everyone. Please don't sit idle. Everyone try. It's okay to be wrong also. You will only learn, na? Tell me what would be the answer. Rounded to the nearest $100. I've got just 3 answers. All right. So 4,500 is the correct answer. So you have to round off to the nearest hundreds now. So just see. Everyone, please take a look. We have to round up to the nearest 100. That is till here. What is the number? 32. So what will you do? 4,500. Okay. Next. Round it off to the nearest thousands. To the nearest thousands. Everyone, please try. So all of you are telling me 57,000. That is correct. See, just look at this. I have to answer in thousands. This is the number which I have to look at. What is the number right after this? It is 7. So it will be rounded up. So the answer will be 57,000. Rounded to the nearest $1 million. Rounded to the nearest $1 million. No, I'll just change this. I'll change the question once. So they are specifying that you have to write in M. M means millions. So like I was showing you now in questions, they were specifying percentage, right? They were specifying a percentage written outside the box. So let's say they have specified M outside the box. What would you put inside the cell? Be careful, it is written as 3 slash, comma 27, comma 6543, 483. So what would you write inside the cell? If they have mentioned M outside the cell, you have to round off to the nearest $1 million. Count how many zeros are there in million. Class 2 question now. How many zeros are there in million? I'm getting so many. I'll read out the options I'm getting in the answer. 3 million, 33 million, 30 million. These are, I guess, the 3 types of answers I've got. Yeah. How many zeros are there in a million? 6. Crore has 7 zeros. Okay. All right. So this is what you have to see up to this 6 till here. Okay. So what is this? You have to write in millions. The number is 32 and the number next after that is 7. So what will I write in the cell? The answer would be 33. So those of you who were telling me 33, are you clear? 1 million has got 6 zeros. Okay. 1 million has got 6 zeros. Here, if you see 6 zeros are ending over here. 6 numbers. So you will look at the number right after the requirement, which is 32.7. So it will get answered up as 33 in the box. Okay. If you write anything else, if you write the whole number, you write 32, your answers will come out incorrectly. If they're giving you a specific instruction, please follow it. If you're asked to write in millions, if they've written M outside the box, please write in just million numbers. Okay. Now, next question. Rounded up. They have clarified that the rounding has to be done upwards. So round up to the nearest dollar. What will you write in the cell? You have to round up. Please try, everyone. I want more people to answer. 433? Absolutely right. The answer is 433. So if they're asking you to round up, you just have to see this number, whatever it is, and then round up. The answer would be 433. Rounded down. Rounded down, what would you do? You have to round down. Let's see how many of you get confused. Tell me the answer. Round down to the nearest dollar. Start making mistakes. It will be 432, guys. It will be 432. I'll tell you why. So just see, what is the range of the number? in full dollar terms, if you see full dollar terms, the range is between 432 point, see the number is what, 432.11. So in full dollar value terms, what is the range between 432 and 433? If you have to round up, you go to 433. If you have to round down, how can you go below the range? The range of the value is 432 to 433. So the rounding down number will be 432. Understood? So those of you who said 431, those of you who said 430, I hope it is clear now. Most of you said 432, but it's okay. It's okay to make mistakes. Nothing to worry. It's all about your learnings. So the answer would be 432. I'll come to that. I'll come to that. That's why I've left this column empty. Hold on. So first, let's understand logically how you have to do. Okay. Then rounded up to 1 decimal place. Rounded up to 1 decimal place. What would be the answer? That's correct. What you have to look at up to 1 decimal place. So this. And then you just have to round up in that 1 decimals range. So the answer would become 432.5. Quickly round this down. How would you round down? How would you round down? Now it's starting to seem simple now. This is what the intent is. So what you'll do is 432.4. Correct. Next, round up to the nearest $1,000. Round up to the nearest $1,000. So you have to look at what? To this, what is the next number? So it will be 57,000. Absolutely right. This one, round down. Simple now. 56,000. Next, round up to the nearest $100. To the nearest $100. So what will you look at? Up to this. What is the next value? The answer would be, everyone please tell. Why is there a mistake here? You have to look at this value. You have to round up, not round off. So what is the next number going to be? Round up. Here, round up. Already it is 4532 in the hundreds range. What would it be? It would be 4600. Here in the hundreds range, the rounded down value would be what? 4500. Here. See, in section A and B, you will have to use this technique. That how do you round off? Ma'am, what if I get confused in exam? So there is a solution to that also. So this is to teach you how to round off. But there is a, that we call the Indian way of doing things. You have to find out the jugaad way out. So what would you do? Just learn the round function. I'll teach you how. So what is this asking you to do? Round to the nearest dollars, right? So what you should write is in X. So what you can do, if any section A or B question is asking you to round off, see, do not waste your time unnecessarily. Only do this if you're getting confused. Otherwise, please follow the rules which I've written over, the discussion which I've had over here. But if you're getting confused, what you can do is scroll to section C question. Any question, whichever has an Excel, go to that, okay? And type the value, this value, whichever you are getting, type it down in any cell and then click on equals to round, okay? Round. Select the number and tell Excel till how many places you want to, do the rounding up to the nearest dollar. That means you don't want any decimal. So what will you do? Comma 0 and close the bracket. So you're going to get the correct answer, 432. Then round to one decimal place. What will I write in Excel? Round this up to one decimal. So write 1. 432.5. To the nearest $100. Now this is tricky. Decimal is going to the right. So it's a positive number. So if you draw a number line, the positive values are to the right, negative values are to the left. Here, when you're rounding off, you're going to the left or to the right? You're going to the left. You have to go backwards. Are you all able to follow me? I'm not seeing messages in the group. Are you all there with me? So I have to round to the nearest 100. I have to go left side. What will I do? Equals to round. Select the value, comma, minus 2. 100 has got 2 decimal places. I mean, 2 numbers now. 2 zeros. So what will I do? Minus 2. Why minus 2, ma'am? Because I'm going to the left side of the timeline. If you put across the numbers on the number line, the negative values are on the left. And since I'm also going left, Excel understands it this way. So round, comma, minus 2. See 4500. Everyone, please tell me, are you with me? Have a look at the formula. This is only if you are getting confused. Otherwise, please just follow this, what I've discussed. I've discussed all varieties which are possible in exam. Take a look at the formula. Tell me if you're able to understand. Take your time, no hurry. Whenever you're done, just message me a yes. If you have a doubt, you can message me that also. Sure, I'll repeat it. See, when you would have studied numbers, what did you study? How does the number line look like? -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this is how the numbers go up to infinity, right? Infinity to the left also, infinity to the right also. This is how the numbers line look like. Now the question is asking you to round off to the nearest $100. See, normally to the nearest dollar, you're looking at the right side, no? You looked at the right side. But what Excel understands is if you look at the full number, that is 4532.65. Okay? You have to look to the left side for rounding off to the hundreds. It is after that, that point, that this dot, if you look at, you have to round off taking a look at its right or to its left. That's the only differentiation. Since you're rounding off to the nearest 100, you will be looking to the left of that point. So that is why I have done comma minus 2. Why 2? Because 100 has got how many zeros? 2, no? So I have to do -2. It's just an Excel formula. If you're able to understand it logically, don't stress yourself. It's just, this is an Excel formula which is available. That's what I have taught you. Let's practice some more. You will get used to it. This one is saying round off to the nearest $1,000. What do you have to look? To the left or to the right of the decimal point? You have to round off to the nearest thousands. What will you put in the Excel formula? Minus or plus? Right? You have to look at the, okay. So you have told me the answer only. So you have to put -3. Absolutely right. Equals to round. Select the number, comma, -3. So you are telling Excel to look for the number to left of decimal up to 3 places. This is how the formula goes. So round, comma, -3. So 57,000. Then round to the nearest $1 million. How do I teach Excel to do that? So first of all, what do you do? Equals to round. So this is the plain rounding off to the nearest millions. So what will I write? Comma minus 6. How many zeros does million have? 6. Comma minus 6. But I have to answer in what? Millions. If I just press this, I'll get 33 million. But I have to write in M, in million. So what will I do? You can remove the zeros. See, one thing is you can remove all the zeros. Or what you can do is divided by 10 raised to the power of 6. So all of these things will start coming in, and that's why spending a lot of time with you on this. Please tell me if you're able to understand. What is this 10 to the power of 6? That means 10 raised to the power of 6. Okay, this power function is there. So it is basically shift 6. If you press on your keyboard, you will get this function. So 10 raised to the power of 6 means 1 million. Because 10 into 10 into 10, 6 times if you do, you will get 6 zeros now. So you'll get 1 million. So that's what you have divided with. Or you can do this one also. If you want to go the long way, you write 6 zeros divided by 1 million. Because you have to write in millions, you have to do it. Take a look. Or best way to save time and to avoid errors also. How many zeros does a million have? 10 raised to the power of that. Because this interprets as what? 10 into 10 into 10 into 10, 6 times. Then you'll get 6 zeros. So you can write it like this. So the answer comes as 33. Chika movement, let me know. So Rehan got it absolutely right. Very well done. Others, did you understand? Let me show you the formula. See if you're able to understand. First, see how many places you want the Excel to look at. So you want to look at $1 million. So you have to go to the left 6 places. So I write minus 6. And then divided by 10 to the power 6. Why am I doing 10 to the power 6? Because I have to answer in millions. I have to write in M. Take a moment. Let me know if you're done. Still having a doubt? Please ask me. Understood. Faizan is done. Others also take your time. No hurry. If you have a doubt, ask me. If you're done, just message me a yes. So always look at how many places you want to round off. Is it up to, is it on the right? Is it on the left? If it is on the left of the decimal point or the end of the number, then you go minus. If it is nothing, then you just write the number. And here this was done specially because you had to write the number in millions. Okay, everyone, please let me know. I've got 3 yeses so far. Others? Done? All right. Then we'll move ahead. All right, let's practice some more. Don't stress. We have a lot of questions to practice. Round up to the nearest dollar. How do we do that? Excel has the formula for that also. Very simple. You have to write round up. Select the number to the nearest dollar. Do you want any decimal places? No. So you write comma 0. 433. Round down to the nearest dollar. What will I write in Excel? Very simple. Round down. Write round down. Select the number. And you don't want any decimal place. Rules of that comma remains the same. Comma 0. You get 432. Then rounded up to 1 decimal place. Now you tell me what should I put in the formula. You tell me. Rounded up to 1 decimal place. Tell me what formula should I put. Very good. Very good. So to one decimal place, that means I have to go to the right. So click on round, select the value, comma, 1. Sorry, round up I have to do now. Round up and bracket close. 432.5. Now I have to round down. What will I write? Everyone please participate. It helps me to understand if you're understanding or not. What will I write? Here, what should I write in serial number 9? Only Rehan is answering. Others, have you not understood? So much silence. What happened? Very good. So that will be round down. Okay. So round down. You can press tab so that the formula gets completed. Round down. Select the number, comma 1. That's done. Round up. So what will you do to the nearest $1,000? Rules are same, just the formula changes. So round up. Select the value. What should I put? Comma. Comma, what should I put in the cell? What should I put in the cell after the comma? Very good. Minus 3. Then round it down. What will I do? Formula changes. Otherwise, everything is same. Round down, comma, minus 3. 56,000. Round it up to the nearest $100. It's very simple now. Round up, select the value, comma, I have to go to the left. So minus 2. You have to round down now. So round down, select the value to the nearest $100. So what will I do? Comma minus 2. This is how you can do in Excel formula style. If you have understood this, then also it is fine. This is just, if you get confused somehow, you can always go and check your answer in the Excel tab using this formula. Are we clear? Everyone? See, this is a very basic thing. Let's be clear from the first day itself so that when you practice, you know of all of it, because it can come in any question. Right? It can come in any question. So you need to know it from the day one itself. How do you have to round off? See, while we were practicing, so many of you made mistakes. But now I'm sure when you solve any question, you will not make the silly mistake and lose your 2 marks unnecessarily. You know the concept, you did the calculations right, but you did not round off properly. You will lose your marks. So don't let that situation arise. Have these rules very clear. Okay? Just while you're doing it manually, look at the number, what is next to where you want to round off. So if you want to round off up to this, take a look at the number after that. And if it is 5 or above, you have to round up, and all of that rules which we have covered. So go with this. Okay. So I'll keep this. All of this sheets now you'll get. So don't worry. Okay, coming back. You want to see the formula? All right, please take a look. Which one you want me to show? Tell me the serial number. Which serial number, Rinky? Serial number 5. So first is very basic. First you ignore this part, okay? Ignore it. You have to round to the nearest $1 million. So what do? Equals to round, select the value, comma minus 6. And why minus 6? Because million has got 6 zeros. And I have to go to the left. So I have written minus. Okay? But the question was asking me to write in millions. So what will I do? I'll divide the value. So if I do just this now, I get 33 million. But I have to write in millions. M is written outside the answer box. So what will you write? Divided by 10 to the power of 6. Got it? All right, perfect. So now let's come back. So we are done with this now. Exam format and all, it's done. Now, what all things are available for you? So first thing is, see, have a very straightforward approach to exam. I mean, in every batch, I will tell this, still students, they do their own, like whatever they want to do. But my sincere request is just stick to one book. Please stick to one book. You know what happens? Some students, I'm just telling you, they will practice, let's say, in our classes, we're going to follow the VGLD publication. You would have got an ebook download link yesterday in the group. That book is going to be available and the hard copy will be provided to you very soon. So they have given you a part of the book right now, but you will get the full copy and also the physical book. So please just stick to one book. Don't jump here and there that I'll practice from BPP also, I'll practice from Kaplan also, I'll practice from here also, there also. It leads to confusion. See, because concept, the syllabus area is constant. There's nothing extra that anyone publisher will give you. It's just that you have to have your concepts strong. And if your concepts are strong, you will be able to answer any question. Concepts are limited. It's just that what they do is questions, they will be tweaked in different forms. Now, what happens when you look at different books? The way they solve will be different. It's natural, no? Because different publishers, even if you are taking training from different teachers, I will be solving one question in certain way. Mr. X, if you are taking coaching from them, they will solve in another way. So every teacher, unlike that, every publisher, they have their own style of solving. So what happens in this way, students, they get confused. They'll spend more time in just solving similar type of questions here and there. And then please do not do it. I'm telling you from experience, stick to one book, whatever book you follow. So like in our classes, we are following VGLD book, just stick to that. Everything is covered in the class. Okay. So you don't have to worry about I want to do from here also, there also. Don't do that. Just stick to one book. Okay. And everything will be explained in the class. Not a single topic will be told that you do it on your own. Everything I'll be explaining to you in the class. Okay. I'll ask you to do homework questions. That you have to do. There's no denying. You have to solve questions at home because not every question we can solve in class. Because we have a limited time. We have to complete the syllabus in time. So for that, we'll be discussing the concepts. We will be doing some practice questions in the class. But there would be some more extra questions which I would want you to study on your own at home. So please do it. Okay. So what all things you need to look at while you're preparing is trainings from VGLD. You will be learning everything in the class. You'll be solving questions with me in the class. Activity questions we'll do and some extra practice questions I'll give it to you for solving. So that is one. And ACCA Study Hub is a very important tool. I'll just show you. So how do you access the ACCA Study Hub? Have a look. So go to your Chrome or any browser that you're using. Type in ACCA Study Hub. Okay. Click on the first link. Okay. So it's like a free study material which ACCA has published. Okay. But then this is just optional. Again, it's like you can see it as another publisher. It's like another publisher like BTB, Gupta, VGLD has its own publication. Similar to that. ACCA has also come up with its own publication. No, for PM, we are following the VGLD publication. So you would have got a link to a book in the group yesterday. Just check the group, please. So download the book from that link. Okay. So we'll be following that. We'll be following VGLD publication in the classes. Everything is covered. In fact, questions and all also from the study of, we have made it a very comprehensive book. So you don't need to refer to anything else. So this study hub is available. That's something I can tell you. I'll tell you some things which you can practice from here other than the VGLD book. Let me show you. So you have to click on login direct. Okay. If you go to this link, you will find this. Click on login direct. Okay. Again, it will ask you your user ID password. Click on that. And then topic specific books are there. Okay, which they have published. So if you click on anyone, let's say click on study. No, nothing is required. Don't need to buy anything else. Just follow the BPP module, Ishika. No need to buy any other book. You just have to refer to the VGLD publication. It's a very comprehensive book. Even I have only reviewed it. So everything is covered. Nothing to worry. Okay. In fact, the study hub is also completely optional now. All of the concepts, anything that you need for exam, it's all covered over here. So there are different parts to it. So if, the detailed content is provided over here. Okay, for each of the subject areas. Then, some sort of small quizzes are there. So 5 questions. You can have a look at these types of questions also. Let me just show you one. Okay, so you can. VGLD has given you BPP book. When did you register, Rinki? Because until the previous batch, we were following the BPP book. So if registered in the previous batch, they might have given you BPP. In the current batch, we are following the VGLD publication only. When did you register? Just please reach out to the admin team once, whoever is taking the classes now, because in the class, we are going to follow the VGLD publication only. So just reach out to the admin team, to Sandeep, and then he will sort it out for you. All right. So these quiz questions are available. Okay. So these different things are available on the platform. Okay. So you can click on the form. I'm just randomly selecting for the timing. Okay. So you'll be able to see your answers. I mean, how much you've scored right. So out of 5, I got just 1 right. So it has given me 20% marks. So all of this is available for practice. If you get time, you can do it. Otherwise, no hard and fast. All of the things will be covered in the class. Nothing to worry. So you'll have some flashcards over here. Important terminologies given to you. What each one of them mean. So information system means this. And then, next, risk. What is risk? Then transfer price. All of these concepts, if you click on them, they'll just show you what it means. Okay, it's available in the list form also over here. You can download this list. You can click on print. You can download it. You can, take a download of it, and you can just print it, stick it up on your the study table. Okay, and that's something you can do. So that's about, and then practice questions would be there. A lot of practice questions are there, but don't worry at all. All of it will get covered in the class. So just there that this tool is available, but because we are following a very comprehensive book in the class, so you would not need it. But just so you know that there is something like this provided by the ACCA. Okay. All right. Coming back. Practice platform I showed you. I showed you all the questions from there only, the ACCA practice platform. So you can practice question papers from there. In fact, before every attempt, like I was showing you, September 24 mock. So before every attempt, ACCA publishes its, publishes a mock for each subject. So for December attempt also, you will be getting a mock. And I told you what, 3 mocks. So one of the mocks mandatorily has to be the December 24 mock. Like if you're attempting in December, if you're appearing in March 25, then go for the March 25 mock. But make sure this is like a non-negotiable. You have to solve that mock. Okay. So you have to solve that mock. So that is something let's be very, very clear about. You'll get that mock on the practice platform, and other practice papers are also available. So all different mocks will be available. Like where I was showing you, it was having the practice exam one, practice exam. Sorry. So all of those things are available for you for practice. So make sure you utilize this one. See, practice platform is something you can refer to for mock exams. Okay. Then ACCA examiners reports. Let me show you that. So let's go to your browser and type in accaglobal.com. Okay, click on accaglobal.com. All right. And then you go to the student section. Hover over the student section. Then click on study support resources. What will you click on? Study support resources. Do it along with me, okay? Click on this. And then select your paper. So you're doing ACCA, so go for that. And then select your paper, PM. If you scroll down now, you will see this part. Have a look here. Examiner's reports. Now, what is that? Let me show you. So if you click on this, examiner's reports, see for March, June 2024. So this March 2024 paper, now it will be available over here. Let me show you. Just close this. Like I showed you the mock paper now. So ACC official resources, past exam library. So see, March, June 2024 paper is available over here. So like you assigned yourself that mock paper now. So you can assign yourself this past paper also. So past many papers are available over here. Many papers. So if you assign yourself this, let's do it. Assign. Okay. So PM past exam. So this got assigned to me. And then same way, you can just click on start. But the only problem here with the past exam is that they give you only section C questions. Section A and B questions and they don't give. They'll give you for the mock exam and they'll give you for the practice exams along with the mocks that is available. But for the past exams, they give only section C questions. So this is available for you. You can solve over here. Okay. Ma'am, what do I do if I want to know the answers? You did not ask me that earlier when we were doing the mock. How do you get the answers? So just to tell you, okay, these papers are available. And now if I want to see the answers, now let me show you from where I can get it. So if you click on mark, okay, after you have completed the entire paper and you have submitted it, okay, towards the end, you will get the option to submit the exam. Normally, like you solve all the questions and the last tab will ask you, should you submit the exam? Click on yes. And then once you submit that, come to this section, mark, okay. A tab will open up here for you. So let's say we were doing this 3 September 2024 mock. So this will open up for me, PM 3 September 2024 mock. When we click on self-mark, click on self-mark. Taking too long. Yeah, now it is opening. See, answer to every question. See, question number 1. This is the right answer, neither 1 or 2. And the explanation is given to you over here. And if you want to look at what the question was, even that is available. You had to select which of the statements are true. So remember I showed you these two statements when we started off the paper. So these two statements are there and this is the answer, neither one nor two. And what is the explanation that is given over here? And you will get that for all the questions. This was the question. This is the answer. And what is the detailed explanation for it? It's available over here. So it's very important that you know your tools well. So this is where your answers are available. If you want to hide the question, you can click on hide. You can see the answer over here. Similarly, for section C questions also, let me show you. See, this was the scenario that they had given you. This was the question. What sales level is forecast? And you had to answer it. So if you see, click here to see the sample answer. You'll be able to see the sample answer. This was section B question. Let me show you something from section C. So this was the scenario. If you would have written something, it would have shown here. But since we did not write anything, nothing is showing. So if you click here to see the sample answer. So click here to see the sample answer. This is your sample answer. This is the suggested solution. Detailed answer complete. If you just go full screen also now, you'll be able to see it. You can download it also. Are you able to see the full screen answer? Right? Everyone, what happened? Able to see my screen? Yes? So this is the suggested answer. If you want to save its PDF, what you have to do is press Control P. Okay? Press Control P. Then it will show you if you want to download it as PDF, you can download it as PDF. You just select odd pages only, in pages, odd pages only. And then if you click on print, it will download as a PDF for you. Okay. So answers are also available on the platform for all the past papers, for all the mock papers, for all the practice exams. In the same way, you can see for any question which is appearing on the paper, platform, any question paper, whichever is there in the platform, you will get to see its answer in the mark section. See, a lot of people don't know about this. Okay. So it's very important that you have this. All the questions are here. And then mark section, you can see the answer. So whichever question you have solved, all of it will show over here. Okay. So that is something you can do. I'd made a video of this on my YouTube channel also. Goes by the name of C. Anushka Jain. If you ever again get confused that how do I view the answer to this, you'll be able to see it on my channel also. It's available. All right. So where was I? I was showing you the examiner's report. So I showed you that the past paper is available, and similar to that, its answer is available. But in addition to that, ACCA also publishes examiner's report. Okay, ma'am, what is examiner's report? Let me show you. So if you click on this, see this, they have mentioned also sample exam, which can be found on the ACCA practice platform. Okay. And see, section A. In this section, we will look at 4 section A questions, which prove to be particularly difficult. It's like the examiner is talking to you. When they are saying we, it is the examiner talking to you and telling you where the students struggled. Okay, where they made mistakes. So what I would recommend is, whenever, once we are done with the syllabus and you're practicing any past paper, have a look at its examiner's comments also. Like, for example, I'll just show you section C once first, because section C is available on the platform, all the questions and answers. So let's go to section C. See this one. Section C, what are they telling us? This was the question. Okay. Now they are telling you that least squares linear regression is a useful forecasting method, although the mathematical formula involved may appear daunting. They're straightforward to use with practice. It may be useful. All of these things that, let me show you something more. How do you utilize, how do you solve the calculations on the spreadsheet that they will mention? Okay, limitations, you have to discuss that. Okay. So, this all requirements. I mean, how do you address these requirements? Just hold on. Yeah. So all of these requirements will be available. Okay, what is expected out of you by the examiner? All of that is mentioned over here. Okay, strong responses highlight aspects such as what constituted a good answer. So this it's a good material to look at whenever you practice the exam questions later. It will be a good material to look at. Okay, this is available and something that you can look at. So a lot of times now, see, a good response provided a clear presentation of profit statement with a column for each of the two divisions. Revenue was split between interdivisional sales and external sales. Okay. So this is how you will learn what the examiner perceives as a good answer. Okay. So this is something we can sum up the common mistakes. It's always the best to learn from someone else's mistakes so that you don't make them first. So have a look what all mistakes the students made while they solve this question. So you'll be able to relate to this much more once you have solved those questions. So like including interdivisional transfers with external sales, common mistakes. Students misclassified something. Then profit was stated in a wrong way. Per unit basis was used. Interdivisional transactions were covered in the profit statement. So these were the common mistakes. And when you read these things now, you will understand that, okay, at least I need to avoid this when I have to solve an exam. That this is the better way to write answers. All of this get developed. So one or two papers answers, examiner's report you can read just as a recommendation. Like when you are, like, let's say traveling in a metro, you're having some free time, read through this. We'll get a lot of insights. Okay. And the last material which I have to tell you about is the ACCA technical articles. Again, something which is very, very interesting. Okay. See, all the concept areas will be covered in the class. See, even these things now, like what is mentioned over here in this examiner's reports, all of that I will also keep telling you that students make this mistake. You don't do this. I'll also keep telling you. But somehow it just makes a lot more impact when you're reading it from the horse's. I mean, like, as they say, when you're hearing it from the horse's mouth, someone who has checked your papers is writing it. So I'll also keep telling you. But then again, just these things are available. So let's, so that you are aware. Now, one more thing which you can use. This was examiner's report. Another thing is, let's say you click on again eccaglobal.com, go to the student section, study support resources, ACCA qualification. Not loading, 1 second. ACCA qualification, click on performance management. So look at this. So I showed you this now. Examiners reports. In the same section, you will see this. Technical articles and topic explainer. So some of the topics ACCA has picked up. Okay. Again, all of this is recommendatory. Big detailed documents are available for these selected topics. Okay. Like let's say, what is big data? Something we'll cover in the class. But if you want to read about it in more details, so you can, just while you're traveling, you're having some free time, maybe you're having lunch and, you're browsing through your, let's say, social media. Rather than doing that, you can browse through these articles. You'll learn so much. So what is big data? All of these things, sources of big data, characteristics of big data, everything we'll cover in the class. But if you want to read about it in detail, this is something you can know. Okay, so they'll give you some examples. Mobile phones and everything. So very relatable, very detailed. See, expectation in exam is not to know this much, but it's always good to have knowledge. All right. So this is something you can look at. Very big detailed document on, let's say, just big data. It has got so much things to discuss. Geography, charts and all. So such a big, good article is there. If you get time, you can go through it. Let's say, just having some free time during your day, read through these articles. Once we get into the syllabus areas now, then you'll be able to appreciate this much more. That let's say you have studied big data in the class. So now you know the basics. When you deep dive into this type of articles, you'll be able to appreciate the content more. Okay. So these are the top 5 study resources for your preparation, trainings from VGLD. Study Hub is something you can, do away with because we are going to have all the content discussed in the class. But yes, this tool is available that you should be knowing. Then CBE practice platform I've showed you, and its utility also, how you can see the question paper, how you can see its answers, all of that I've shown to you. Then ACCA's examiner's report. So you can listen from the examiner what they felt was making up a good answer, or what made up the mistakes, common mistakes of the students. And then technical articles, long detailed articles on selected topics. I selected the first one, but there's a long list of articles. If I just show you once again, there's a long list of articles which ACCA has selected. Let me just go back. See, activity-based costing, throughput accounting, decision-making techniques. So all of these topics are available. Budgeting and control. Long list of articles are there. Whenever you feel like, you can just read through them. Building block model and all of that. Right? So this is some of the top resources which you need to look at. All right. So on that note, let's take a break now. We'll break for 20 minutes. Have your breakfast, eat something, refresh yourself, and then we'll be back to continue the discussion. Okay, so we'll catch up at around what? How much time? 20 minutes, right? So let's catch up in 20 and then we'll continue the discussion. And all of you, if you get any doubt now, just reach out to me. Nothing to worry. Just message it to me in the chat. We'll discuss. So we'll see you after the break. PT. And post I'm done with the orientation part, I will be teaching from the VGLD book. This is currently a PPT which I'll be sharing across separately with you all. All right. Okay. Now I hope everyone is back. Please confirm. What happened? Where are you all? There? Perfect. So the next concept that we have here that we want to answers. So this is very, to the point what you need to know. First of all, practice questions on Excel or Word. Okay. that I've already elaborated upon, because you will be writing exams on a CBE, on a computer, right? So you need to be well, settled with the idea of doing the questions on Excel or Word. Then second is one idea per mark. See, I told you now, I'll come to this point, that how much do you need to write? So let's a question. A question is for 5 marks. Then what do you need to do to get those full 5 marks? I'm talking about constructed response answers, okay? So constructed response answers, let's say one question is of 5 marks. So I showed you multiple questions. Some of them were 6 marks, and they had separators and all written. So what you need to care about is that is a question for 5 marks in each of the points. So 5 different things should come out in your answer if the question is for 5 marks. So what I've written over here is 1 answer per mark. You get the marks for quality, not quantity. So be careful about that. It's not about how long answers you write. It's all about how unique, how able to elaborate the point so that the other person who is reading your answer is able to understand it. Okay. So always remember 1 idea per mark. Ma'am, how much should I write? Mark. Write up to 2 sentences. Write in a prose style that you have written a long paragraph. Don't do that. Write in crisp paragraphs. Each paragraph highlights separate. Okay. I got logged out of Zoom. Are you able to hear me now? And my screen, is it visible? Can you please confirm? Yeah? All right. Thanks. Yes. So basically, what you have to do is 1 idea per mark and write 10 paragraphs. Small paragraphs. Perfect. Thanks for the update. So 1 idea per mark, small paragraphs. Just stick to that. Because I hear a lot of students telling me, ma'am, I get so bogged down when I see the length of the answers. Okay, just 1 second. Me 1 moment. Just give 1 moment. To change my Wi-Fi, I think. Yeah. So what I was saying is, just don't get bogged down by looking at the length of the model answers which could be given in the book, because these are for you to learn, because so that you learn extra, because if you learn 5 points, you may be able to write 4 in exam. So that is why the model answers, they tend to be long. What you need to know is that for 5 marks, you need to write 5 small paragraphs and 2 sentences each. But sometimes it is not possible to write 5 unique points. Then what should I do? What you need to do in that case is write, let's say, 2 to 3 points, but then the length of your paragraph will increase accordingly. Okay, so like from 2 sentences, it becomes 3 to 4 sentences. If you're not able to think of 5 unique points, and if you're able to think about 3 points, then elaborate them more. but more the merrier. That is, the more unique points you're able to bring out, the more marks, the more is the probability of you to get the marks. All right, so use headings and paragraphs. Then label and cross-reference workings. This I will teach you while we solve questions in Excel. So basically what it means is that if you are doing some workings, you need to correlate it. That let's say I have done the sales working in note number 1. So you need to mention bracket note 1 and then do the calculation in the note. That is what your approach should be. Okay. Next, this you will learn much more when we do some questions practically. Then rule of elimination in objective test questions. See, dealing with objective test questions is very, critical. Although it seems easy, but then you have to be very careful. Sometimes in exam, what might happen is that you do not know the exact answer. Okay. Then you have to do some guesswork. Then don't do some random guesswork. For that, what you need to do is use the rule of elimination. So let's say you have 4 options. Okay. You have 4 options. Out of that, you feel that at least 2 of them are not possible at all. They are not the correct ones. So, eliminate the possibly wrong answers. Okay. And then you will narrow down on, 1 or 2 options, and then you can select the right answer. So this is something you should be very careful about, that rule of elimination. So if you know the answer directly, well and good. But if you do not, then don't just do a random guesswork. Think logically, eliminate choices which do not seem to be correct. And then from the remaining ones, you select one correct answer. Okay. And then last is use formula like sum function, NPV, IRR, round, all of that I have taught you. I will teach you also furthermore. So this is something that you need to know. Okay. So these are the skills required. Anyone having any point over here? Something that you want to discuss? Any concern that you have? All good? Are you able to understand these points? I'll cover that. Anyways, not much relevant for PM paper, but wherever possible now, wherever needed, wherever it is needed, I'll explain the formula in detail. So don't worry. What you need to consider, what you don't need to consider, that I will discuss. Okay. All right, then let's move ahead. Now, very, very important slide is time allocation. Because what students struggle with is, ma'am, I was not able to complete the paper. I knew everything. I got bowled over by 1 or 2 questions. I spent all of my time there and I did not, be left with the time for solving easier questions. Please remember, it's not like if you solve a difficult question correctly, you will get extra marks. You will get only the allotted marks. Okay? So be fair and have an equitable approach to all the questions. Okay? So to allocate your time, multiply the marks for each question by 1.8 minutes. Ma'am, what is this random number 1.8? Not random number. See, very simple. You have 100 marks, 3 hours. 3 hours translates into what? 180 minutes. So 180 divided by 100 is what? 1.8 minute per mark. Okay. So to allocate your time, multiply the marks for each question by 1.8 minutes. Now, let me clarify something. While this is a suggestive approach, but the reality will be somewhat different. And I'll tell you what the reality will be. And those of you who have attempted exams before, you will be able to relate to it much better. There will be some questions in the exam which are pretty simple. Just reading it and you're able to solve that. It won't even take 1 full minute. I hope you're able to understand some easy questions. And then you're able to solve it very quickly. So there you keep, solving faster than what the allotted time is. So you save time in some questions. But in some questions, you have, you'll see that that question is taking up much more time. Okay. So what you should do is, stick to this rule. Yeah, that overall I need to be within my time frame. So if let's say 10 marks have come by, so 10 into 1.8 is what, 18 minutes. I will have to, on a rolling basis, I should have solved 10 questions in 18 minutes, and so on and so forth. So overall, you just keep checking, have a check on your time. Very important. Don't create panic in exam that you're not having sufficient time. Try to solve and take up each and every question, because it's possible that a question which you are not taking up because of paucity of time turned out to be an easy question and you could not do it because you did not have time. So then don't let that situation arise only. So to allocate your time, multiply the marks for each question by 1.8 minutes. Each 2-mark OT questions in section A should take 3.6 minutes. And similarly, like if you just break it down now, section wise, section A has about 15 questions. In total, it should take about 54 minutes. Because 15 questions, each one of them are of 2 marks, total 30. So 30 into 1.8 is what? 54 minutes. Then section B also again, each question should take about 18 minutes. But how? Because each question in section B will offer 10 marks. 5 questions of 2 marks each, 10 marks. So 10 into 1.8, 18 minutes. Similarly, section C, each question will be of 20 marks. So 20 into 1.8, 36 minutes. That is the time you should take for each of these questions and each of these sub-questions. Okay? Or you can say, if you're looking at it at part section level. So you need to allocate your time properly. Okay? You can attempt the questions in any order, but my recommendation would be that you attempt section A first, then section B, then section C. Exam allows you to attempt in any order. There's no hard and fast. Recommendation would be to go in order only, because section A, each question is independent, so you can evaluate separately. Then section B are also objective test questions. So, what happens in the process is that you also get comfort that, okay, I have covered so many marks, I should be through now. Okay, so follow that in exam also. Then approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. So have that attitude that, okay, that I'll attempt the easier questions first. I'll not, take up difficult ones. If a particular question is coming out as, difficult, flag that question. Okay, just to show you on the platform also. Let me show you practically. Let's take up any question. Okay, I'm solving the paper. And then I find that this is something I'm not able to solve right now, but I want to move ahead to the next question. What I'll do is I'll flag it for review. Okay, flag it for review. Move to the next question. I solved this one. This one I know very well. Whatever I want to write, I'll write it down. Then move to the next one. And then slowly and steadily, I'll complete the paper. Then what will happen is, once you're done, it will show you a summary. See, it will show you a summary like this. This was a past exam papers, only 4 questions are showing, but in a normal exam, all section A, section B, section C, all questions will show. So it will, you'll be able to see the questions that you have flagged. So you can directly click on this one and land on that particular question which you have flagged. Okay, so you flagged this question. Now, when you are having time towards the end of the paper, then you can come back and attempt it. Okay, so I hope you're able to understand. Please follow these tricks. Stick to time. And while we are in the practice phase, now during the next 2 months, we are properly in the practice phase only. Eventually, also try to improve your speed. And you will see that happening subconsciously also. But practice so much and at home also that, your speed doubles up. Okay, so in the initial few days while we are taking the classes, you will see that, you're taking a lot of time. It's not possible to stick to the time that I'm going to allot to you. So let's say I give you a question for practice and I tell you that, okay, solve it in 10 minutes. it is possible that you're not able to complete it in 10 minutes. You are able to half completed, 75% completed. But over time, gradually, you will see if you are, improving your practicing skills, typing skills, thinking skills, your speed will improve. So that is something you should follow. Okay. That stick to the time in exam. If any one question is taking too much time, give it the time that it deserves and then move on. If you're not able to solve it in that much time, leave it there. Come back later to it, you know, when you are done with the paper. Don't just think that this is the only question which is there in the paper and if I solve it correctly, I will get the 100 marks. No, you will get only the allotted marks and that too only if you're able to solve correctly. Right? So be practical in exam. Don't just get emotionally attached to any one question. Rizwan is asking, how many hours would you recommend for us to study and practice every day? See, over the weekends, 5 hours are with me, 5 hours each day. On weekends, now utilize your evening time. Let's say sit down for 2 to 3 hours, revising what I've done in the class. Because initially, like let's say for up to 4 or 5 classes, you will not find much to revise. So you might be able to revise in just let's say 1 hour. Okay. But then as the things build up, okay, you will start having a lot of things to revise. You'll start having a lot of questions to practice, right? So during the weekends, try to take out 2 to 3 hours in the evening, other than the class time. Okay. And during the weekdays, see, this is something which is subjective, and I'll leave it for your own discretion at this. See, if you are just studying, okay, if you're just studying, you should sit down daily, practice questions 5 to 6 hours. Okay, sit down daily. If you're getting time, then you should, utilize it, read technical articles, read examiners' comments, do it. Because you have the time, you have the luxury of time, use it. But if you are working or if you are studying, let's say in college, and you're not having sufficient time, but still be disciplined every night, just before you finally conclude your day, sit down for, let's say, 2 hours. Think about it that I have to be disciplined. And I'm telling you, you may not be able to stick to it daily. Some days you'll be like, oh no, I can't study. I have to meet this friend. I have to do this urgent assignment of college. You may not be able to give that time. But if you're disciplined, now that, okay, I have to sit from, let's say, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., stick to it as much as possible. And gradually, now your syllabus will start to get completed. Your practice that I'm going to give you, that will get completed. So try for 2 hours during the weekdays. And it's possible you might be able to sit for 1 hour, 1.5 hours, but be disciplined with yourself that if possible, let's sit for 2. If not, then it's not possible at all. Then you have to give as much time as possible. Right? But during the weekends, try to catch up on whatever you have lost during the weekdays. If you have discipline from the beginning itself now, that's the best way to deal with exam pressure. If you leave everything that, okay, I have to give in December, I'll study in November. Then by the time November comes, you are in a panic mode. Okay, I have to cover so much. This syllabus is so vast. What do I study? Which is important topic? And I'm telling you, there is no such thing as important topic. Just yesterday I was getting a feedback. Students keep asking me, ma'am, tell me important, and I'll always tell there is no important topic. But still they'll do some Google search that this is important topic for FM, this is important topic for PM. And then something extra, something completely different will come in the exam. Because ACCA does not specify any topic as important. All topics are important. If you ask me, all topics are important. And they might ask you the smallest thing, which you thought, okay, this is the very negligible topic. If they won't ask you, they'd ask you about that only. And those of you who have attempted the paper in the last week, you'll be able to relate to it much more. You'll be seeing a lot of, contents flowing in the market, videos flowing in the market that, okay, this is like the important topics that you need to do before the exam. And I'm telling you, in exam, nothing will turn out. So have that approach while you are studying, that you are studying everything in detail, okay, and that you're not restricting yourself to some important topics. And that is possible only if you're disciplined from day one. You start practicing, you start revising all the topics. That is how you can progress and be having a comprehensive view of the entire syllabus and not just selective pocketed topics that you will do as important ones. If you have to pass, you have to be diligent in your classes and also in practice. Clear? All right. And what I will do now, this time, we'll be doing some surprise tests also. Like once you are done with the, let's say, a chapter or two, I'll give you some questions for practice. Okay. And solve it as if, you are, I'll do it in class only. But then be prepared that, I have to keep revising. Ma'am might take a test any day. And that is possible. I might schedule some extra classes for that. So you'll get a hint that, okay, this is going to be a test class. But then that's about it. That, maybe like some days I will find out for you that let's take a test now. But then you have to be up to date for you to be able to score good marks in that test, right? So let's follow that. And I'm sure if you are rigorous, and I'll definitely put in my 110%, we'll definitely clear this paper and with flying marks, right? Okay. Now the next slide here from the orientation is the question verbs. Remember, while I was reading the section C questions, I was highlighting the verbs, what the question is asking you to do. And I told you that I'll explain to you what you have to write in the answer so that you are to the point, right? Like explain. I showed you a question on discuss. I showed you a question on evaluate. Each of these terms mean different things. And nothing extraordinary rocket science, very basic things, but it's just that you should realize what these terms mean and you're able to write better answers in the exam. Okay. So just one second. Yeah. So important question verbs. Mostly the questions will be out of these 9 verbs only, or maybe like evaluate or calculate, something like that. Those question verbs could be there, but mostly it will be around these things only. So first is advise. If the question is asking you to advise, then tell someone what you think they should do in a given scenario. Okay. So if the question is asking you to advise, then you give an advice that this is the scenario. Don't just start talking about the scenario. Conclude your answer and give supporting remarks for that, that this is the advice, that this is what should be done. Don't just think, talk about advantages, disadvantages without coming into any conclusion. That will not fetch you marks. If the question is asking you to advise, then you have to tell that this is what should be done in this particular scenario. Clear? Analyze. If it is asking you to analyze, then you break down the issue into multiple parts and discuss the current situation. Okay, so you break down, okay, that this is the issue, and then that is what you analyze for, that this is the issue in the particular scenario, and this is how it can be rectified. So you are breaking down. That is what analyze wants you to do. Next is apply. You have to put a concept into action. See, during our studies, we'll be learning a lot of models. Then some question will ask you to apply that model into action as per the question's data. Okay. Then next is assess. Judge the importance of an issue. Okay, so you have to assess how important that issue is. Then discuss, argue about the pros and cons. So if the question is asking you to discuss, then you have to talk about the advantages, disadvantages. And then estimate. Estimate is like calculation. Calculate an approximate value, mentioning assumptions, if any, taken. Okay, then you have to mention that's okay, how you have done the calculation. Evaluate is balanced discussion on right or wrong and why it is right or wrong. Okay, so you have to tell that this is right, this is wrong, and then you have to explain also what is right, what is wrong, why is it so. Then explain, make a concept clear to a layman. So if you have to explain a concept, talk in very simple terms. How would you explain it to a normal layman? So that is what your approach should be. Then recommend. Same as advice. So recommend word is same as advice. A course of action is to be recommended. That what needs to be done, that should come out in your answer. Are we clear? Very simple terms and very simple action required also, but you need to know what is it required. Okay. If they're asking you to estimate, then what do you need to do? Illustrators, you have to give some examples. Okay, illustrate. It would be more about you have to illustrate, that is analyze and then give examples for that. Illustrate why is it so. So how do you do that? You have to break it down and then give examples to support it. Okay. Is it clear, everyone? Please take a look. Let me know if it is fine. Any point or any verb that you know, like Rehan was asking, anything that you want to know? Mostly the verbs will be around this. Like instead of estimate, they might give you calculate, recommend the same as advise. Then he asked me about illustrate. So illustrate is about analyzing and then discussing it with examples. So that is what the question verbs are gonna look like. Let me know if it is fine. Take a look, go through each of the words. Any word that you want me to explain again, let me know. Or if you're good to go, just message yes, so that we can move to the next topic that we want to cover in the class. Advise and recommend are same. That's what I wrote, na? Same as advice. You have to suggest a course of action. Advise and recommend are same. Similarly, estimate and calculate are same. All right? Okay. So on that note, the orientation part is over. All the basic things which I had to discuss with you, that is done, and we are good to move ahead to the next chapter. One time, a moment, I'll open up the book. So all of you would have got a copy of this, right? Management, information systems, and data analytics is going to be our first chapter. All right. So you can also open your book in the background, but it's okay. I mean, we'll be discussing it from here. So what is the first chapter? First chapter is MIS, that is Management Information System, and Data Analytics. Very interesting. See, first few chapters now, they are mostly theory. So don't get like this PM completely theory. Just few chapters, like I guess 1 or 2 chapters, and then we'll be sticking to the practical questions. A lot of practical topics are there, so that we are gonna cover. So the first thing which you need to know about is information systems. Okay. So information systems consist of computer hardware and software, along with communication networks designed to collect, store, process, and communicate information. You might get memories of your computer classes from school. It's very simple. We'll be covering a few topics fast. So, what is information system? Computer hardware, software, and communication network. Like, how are we communicating in the class? It's through a network. We are all connected to the World Wide Web, the internet. And then through internet, we are communicating with each other. So, designed to collect, store, process, and communicate information. An information system is more than just a computerized application. Information technology is prevalent in modern information systems and can support all levels of management. Information systems provide the necessary information to assist management in the following areas. So, how is information system relevant for organization? Let's understand that. It is used for planning, setting the organization's long-term strategic direction and planning for the medium and short term. So when you have an information system in place, so you will have a lot of reports stored on the computer, a lot of plans can be made out of these reports. So that is number one utility of an information system in a company, and that is planning. That is, you set the organization's long-term strategic direction. Next is control of the organization, monitoring how the organization is performing against the plan and taking actions to correct any significant deviations from the plan. So enabling managers to take informed decisions at various levels by providing them the relevant information. So that is the job of information system, now to provide you with relevant information. So that is about planning, controlling, and decision making. Okay. The strategic planning. Now, please understand that planning in an organization takes place at various levels. See, every level of management, do you think that an entry level manager, a middle level manager, and the top manager, like I'm talking about CXO positions like CEO, CFO, do you think all of them have the same planning mindset? Do you think all of them have the same planning mindset? Think about a fresher manager has joined freshly, middle level manager, and then the CXO, CFO positions. They'll all have different planning attitude, right? So that is what is covered here. Strategic planning, then tactical management, that is the middle level management. And then operational management is the lower level management. That is who is covered, was concerned with doing the jobs on the ground. Okay. So let's understand about each one of these levels of management and the type of activities which they take up. So this is the highest level of management. Understand them to be like a CXO positions or CXO -1. So this is the highest level of management in an organization, typically carried out by the board of directors or an equivalent body. This management level is concerned with setting long-term goals and objectives for the organization, usually over a period of 5 to 15 years. So people at the top are planning for a period of up to 5-15 years. That is the horizon that they carry. Strategic planning may include the following: deciding which products or markets to enter. Okay, think about, let's say, a company. Tell me any popular FMCG company. Any popular FMCG company. HUL, ITC, all of these are FMCG companies, right? Now think about HUL's senior management. What would they be doing? What would be they thinking about? Which products? Let's say HUL has its own range of body wash. Okay. And now they want to introduce new products. Let's say something, so they are entering for in a different business or a different product. Let's say they have XYZ range of body washes. They want to enter into a new body wash range, a premium body wash range, a cheaper body wash range. Who will be deciding this? Will it be the lower level or middle level managers? No, it will be the people at the top. Which products to provide to the customers? Which markets to enter? Like if HUL wants to set up its plant in Bangladesh, okay, or whether it wants to set up a plant in Nepal, who will be deciding? Who will be planning this? It's for a long-term plan, 5 to 15 years, long-term vision. So it will be done by the people at the top. Making investment decisions. Which capital asset to purchase? What to do out of the surplus funds? This again will be done by the people at the top. Planning for environmental changes. Now, when I say environment, it doesn't mean your green environment. Environment as in the whole business environment. Let's say political environment. So let's say, the governing or the ruling party is changing. Then there will be so many changes in the work style, of companies. So that has to be accommodated. Who does it? People at the top end. So I'm giving you one example. Political environment. You can have social environment. You can have technological environment. Technology is fast advancing. So who has to ensure that, we are up to speed with the technology and make necessary investments? It will be the top management. Identifying the organization's competitive advantage. What is it that we are good at? Okay. So you have to identify each organization's competitive advantage. So I'll tell you, for example, like, as I told you earlier during the class that, I was working with Flipkart. Now, who is Flipkart's competitor? Who is Flipkart's competitor? Amazon, right? So, when we would be discussing Meesho, yes, Meesho is also a competitor, absolutely right. In fact, during the last few years, when we would be having these annual meets, Meesho would be a hot topic because, we would want, because Meesho is fast growing. So, these companies, they are, our competitors. Now, when we would be doing internal evaluation, we will always look at what is it that we are able to do and that our competitors can't. Okay, let's say Flipkart has a very big network and it just spans out to the most remotest corners of the country. So that supply chain, that could be our competitive advantage, which maybe Amazon does not have. Maybe Amazon is not delivering to the pin codes we are delivering at. So I hope you're understanding. So every company identifies its competitive advantage and makes plans to, improve it further so that we become unbeatable. We have that last mile delivery option which no one can even reach. That is strategic planning. What is that feature which I want to call out as my competitive advantage, which no one else in the industry has. Okay. So that is done done by the people at the top. Next is tactical management. Tactical management is it's also known as management control. Just be, you can also highlight these things. Okay, or management control. It is typically carried out by middle level management. So tactical management or management control is typically carried out by middle level management. It involves taking the strategic plan. That was who made the strategic plan? The people at the top, the board, directors. So it involves taking the strategic plan and making it happen. So broader level agenda has been decided by the people at the top and it is now upon the shoulders of the middle level management to make it happen. So what they will do is they will break down the long-term plan of, let's say, 5 to 15 years. They will break down what they need to do in this year so that we are one step closer to achieve what the senior management wants to do. Okay. So it involves taking the strategic plan and making it happen, usually over a 1 year planning period. Tactical management includes the following process: ensuring that resources are obtained and used effectively and efficiently to accomplish the organization's objectives. Okay, ensuring that resources are obtained and used effectively and efficiently to accomplish the organization's objectives. Then, implementing strategic decisions, often through a long-term plan. Then, preparing annual budgets and comparing actual results with budgets on a monthly basis. So we do that, in companies, we prepare our budgets that this is our budget for the next quarter. Okay. And then when the quarter is over, we will compare our actual results with that budget and see how we are faring. Okay. Then recruiting staff. It is the middle level management which is involved in hiring the people in the organization so that the work keeps flowing. Right? So that was strategic planning, then tactical management. See, if any point you don't understand, and any statement also, although I'm breaking down each and every statement, if anything you don't understand, don't hesitate, please ask me. Next is operational management. Operational management focuses on the day-to-day running of the business, with operational managers responsible for various departments within an organization. Operational managers are involved in the following: routine planning, such as staff rotas. Rotas is roster schedules. Making programmed decisions based on internal transaction-based information. Example, ordering inventory when inventory levels fall to the reorder level. Who will be in charge of ensuring the operational efficiency of the company? It is the operational management. Okay, so they will make decisions as to when the reorder should be done, how much should be reordered. Okay, these actions are usually undertaken when specific criteria or rules are met, such as ordering inventory when inventory level falls to the reorder level. So you have to take these specific decisions. These are very specific to the inventory. Or when, let's say, I'll give you one example: debtors. When the debtors are falling overdue, you have to ensure that the collections come in. So let's say you have given a credit period of 30 days to the customers and he is not paying within 30 days, and now over and above that also another, let's say, 45 days have passed, he is not paying. Then what needs to be done next to ensure operational efficiency? We will issue a legal notice that you have not paid the money to us. So these all operational level activities are done by the lower level management, called the operational management. Clear? So I hope very simple, very clear. So we have understood 3 levels: strategic, then tactical, then operational. So information systems are used by each and every level of management. See, it can support all levels of management. Okay, it can support all levels of management. And this is the overall objective. It helps in planning, controlling, and decision making to all the levels. Now let's do an activity. Vacation Lodge runs a chain of 3-star hotels throughout the world. And the company's head office is in New York, where the executive and non-executive directors are based. Each hotel has a management team headed by a general manager. The other management team members are the finance controller, the rooms division manager, the food and beverage manager, the sales and marketing manager, and the head of security. Each hotel has a restaurant manager who manages the restaurant staff, including the kitchen chefs. Question: describe the types of plans prepared by the directors, the management teams, and the restaurant manager. For each plan, describe control measures. Okay, so you will make a plan. To ensure that the plan works out, you will have some control measures. No? So for each plan, Describe control measures which can be used to see how well the plan is being achieved. Open-ended question, nothing right, nothing wrong, but just think if you're able to get the answer right. You have to tell for each one of them, that is for the directors, management teams, and the restaurant manager, the type of plan that they will make, and for each plan, what could be the control measures. So take about 5 to 6 minutes, solve it, and share your answer in the chat box. Everyone, please do try, don't sit idle. Just start developing answers so that see whether you're able to think or not properly. And don't look at the answers in your book. Just be transparently just answer the answer. Answer the question, and let's see how many of you get what is the expected answer. All right. Please do try. Share it to me when you are done. Should take about 5 to 6 minutes. Time is up. Send in your answers. While you're sending answers, send it to everyone so that all of you can read each other's answers. All right, everyone, please finish up. All right, let's have a look at the answer. And then we'll discuss your. So the following is not an exhaustive list. So I told you that the answers may not be right or wrong. It's just that you have to think in the right direction. So the following is not an exhaustive list of the plans controls. Any other actionable plan, reasonable plans and controls are also relevant. So board of directors, what would they be thinking of? The 5 year, 5 to 15 year financial plan. Then they will be thinking about new hotel openings or new range of services which can be offered in the hotel. That could be the possible right plans. And then what could be the control around it? Actual profit versus plan, monitoring the progress. So if they want to have a long-term plan of the profitability of the company, then they can have a look at what the profit is as against the plan. Then management team, what would they be involved in? Annual budget, they'll be involved in preparation of the budget. And then they will be saying the hiring of the staff, right? We discussed all of that. The recruiting staff, that was a bit with the management control or the tactical management, right? So then what would they do? Compare actuals against budget. Then they will check the occupancy rates of the hotel. These are the metrics which the middle level management would be taking a look at. Actual versus plan of the profits. If they have made the budgets, then they will also be comparing that. So basically point number 1 and 3 are same, right? So compare actual against the budget, that even the middle level management will do, right? Then third one is the restaurant manager. What will he be looking at? He will be planning the menu. He will be planning the staff schedule. Okay, and then what will he be ensuring so that the company is on track? Food wastage, that should be minimal. And staff should be coming to the office when they're supposed to. These minute level details will be managed by the restaurant manager. Okay, now let's take a look at what you have answered. I got an answer from Rehan. Very good. So you covered opening hotels, then providing new facilities very well, then opening different types of hotels from existing ones. Or you could also mention that, because it was a worldwide chain, so which countries can you expand in? So that is something which the head office or the board of directors will be looking at. Then what are the controls? I think, Rehan, you have not mentioned the controls. Then general managers, hotels revenue versus the budgeted. Room availability management, very well, absolutely right. Funds management for day-to-day operations. Funds management could be mixed responsibility of the middle and the operational level management. Then for the restaurant manager, food supplies ordering, yes, very good. Something unique that you have mentioned, that what is going to be served and how it is going to be procured, that the restaurant manager will manage. Then cleaning, customer facilities, very good answer, Rehan. All the points correctly covered, but you did not cover controls in your answer. Okay, for getting full marks, you need to answer completely. Now, Vardhan has answered the executives and will plan for the hotel company as whole. Like if it profit margins are reducing year on year, then what's the reason behind it? How to decrease cost without compromising quality of service offered and increase revenue. Further, they'll plan for current market share and how it can be increased by comparing the advantages of the lead competitor and how it can be better for the long-term success of the company and maximizing the shareholder wealth by expanding the operations. Very well. All of you, you're not covering controls. Controls is what ensures that you are on track of the plans. Controls are equally important as planning, because if controls are not there, then your plan will never fall into action. The tactical managers, like general manager, will act in, I'm just reading out Vardhan's answer, okay? They will act in coordinating the plans decided at upper level to operational managers who will at the grassroots level work to achieve those targets and plan today. One feedback for you, Vardhan, that you have given a very generalized answer. For making a better answer, you could have related well with the hotel's concept, as in, planning the hotel occupancy, planning the restaurant. So restaurant menu. So be specific. Whenever there are scenario-based questions, now you always should relate to the scenario and answer. That's a feedback. Then Ishika has written new investment plans, new openings in various geographical sites. Very well, absolutely right. General managers preparing annual budgets from each locations, implementing new customer attraction strategies very well. Correct points. Food and beverage managers finalizing the menus, some decisions. And security managers, all safety and regulatory decisions. Very well written. Good answer, Ishika. All right. So I would request all of you, whenever I'm giving questions for practice, now think and answer so that you get personalized feedback to your answers. Now, so like for Vedana, I mentioned that it was a generalized answer. So you learn and improve eventually. Okay. All right. Next topic is costs. So we are going to learn about the cost of information system. The cost of information system include, number one, pre-implementation or development costs. Analyzing current business processes and determining how they will be automated in a new system. So you have to understand that what is going to work out for you. If you implement a particular information system, what is going to work out? So those pre-implementation development costs have to be incurred. Then initial setup costs. So expenses for hardware, software, then installation costs. These will be incurred. Then data conversion. Converting the historical information from paper documents and spreadsheets. So you'll be transmitting them to the new information system. Then modification and system updates. Adapting and improving the system over time. Then then you will also incur the cost for, this is internet access, okay? Internet access, cost for internet access and other communication needs. So that is about the costs. Then what are the benefits of information system? The main benefit of an information system is its ability to provide users with the information they need to work efficiently. Additional benefits depend on the specifics of the information provided. For example, what benefits are you getting out of the information system? Let's understand that. Strategic information provides strategic management with an overview of the entire business. The ability to extract customized information. See, if you have a very robust information system now, you can extract customized reports. But if you follow some redundant software as an information system, you will get only, those standardized reports from the system. So when you have a robust information system, you can get the benefit of getting, customized reports out of that. So it saves time and clerical expense. So no one is involved in then preparing those customized reports. It's your information system which is giving you those automated reports, enabling many business decisions to be delegated to lower levels. So once you know that this is the standardized way in which the report is coming out, and if you tell them the scenario analysis of those reports, okay, that means if this is coming out in the report, you need to take this action. If this is coming out, you need to take that action. If that is coming out, what action needs to be taken? So you can give them a scenario analysis. So even the lower level management gets involved in the decision making, and that is the power of delegation. Now, the senior management will be able to focus on much more strategic points. That is how information systems are enablers. They empower the team to work better. A system is more efficient because data is easier to use, allowing the same data to be presented in customized formats for different users. Information provided in real time can drive improvements such as better meeting customer needs. Next topic which we have is information technology. Internet. All of us know what internet is. We are connected to the internet, right? So the internet refers to the interconnected network of computers and devices using internet protocol. So all of us have an internet protocol to follow, right? IP address. It serves as a crucial information source for businesses, including competitors' websites for market analysis, online newspapers for historical data, online databases providing potential customer information like names and contact details. So internet provides us with a lot of information which is relevant for decision making in business. You can access data about your competitors, online databases about the history and the past of the industry. Okay. So that is internet. The next concept which we have is intranet. Does anyone know what intranet is? Anyone who knows what intranet is? Private network, okay? Let me see if I can find a good video to show you on this topic. If we talk about the maintenance, internet service provider who build and control specific network. No good video. Let's cover it from here only. So intranet is, as you all rightly said in the chat, it's the local, it's the private network. So an intranet is a private network. So this was globally accessible. Internet is globally accessible. Intranet is a private network within an organization accessible only to authorized users. It enables information sharing among employees while ensuring access control to relevant information. For instance, human resource files are restricted to HR personnel. Now see, let's talk about an example over here. Those of you who are working will be able to relate much more. So right, there are some specific sites, like let's say for your upload Workday. Workday is what? An intranet. Can you access your company's workday profile from being at your home using your personal laptop. You can't do that, right? Workday is like where you can upload your employee specific information, your appraisal details. All of that is updated on a workday profile of every employee. So if you're working, you would know. And different companies, they follow different softwares. Like I'm giving you one example. So similar to that, there are a lot of other websites which are accessible only on the company's network. Okay, if you try to access it, being an outsider to that network, you will not be able to access it. So, for example, like in Puerto Rico, India also, we have a lot of websites in which we keep getting the news about the company. But that news is not available to the outsiders. Okay, let's say the detail, granular level details, which may not be even relevant to the outside world, but it is relevant for us. So, all of that is a part of intranet. Okay, then we have wireless technology. Okay, let me ask you one more question. Then, have you heard the term extranet? Have you heard the term extranet? And if yes, what is it? Extranet. So, internet is global network. Intranet is local private network. What is extranet? Very good. Rehan has got it absolutely right. So basically, when you allow outsiders, let's say your suppliers, let's say your customers, when you are allowing them to interact with the intranet. So basically, extension of intranet to selected people is known as extranet. Okay, so I'll give you an example. Why would, you might ask me, ma'am, why would I allow customers to access my database? I'll give an example. So for example, you are performing customer reconciliation. Okay. So you will have your ledgers in your database, customer ledgers in your database, and customer wants to reconcile his accounts. So one way could be manually the customer asks, okay, you take out a dump of your ledger and you share it with me. That is one way. Or what you can do is you can give an ID password to your customer. Okay, and you tell them, okay, that you click on this link, you enter this ID password, and you yourself will be able to view your ledger on my database. Understood? So I'm opening up my intranet for selected users with necessary credentials to enter it so that they are able to access the data directly, whatever is relevant to them. I'll not open up the entire database. I will only open up that part which is relevant to him or her. Right? So that is extranet. Next is wireless technology. Wireless technology or basically Wi-Fi. So wireless technology enables data transmission between devices without physical connections using communication methods like radio frequency, infrared, and satellite signals. Its applications include Wi-Fi, facilitates internet connectivity for devices like tablets, laptops, printers, and smartphones. So all of us are connected using the Wi-Fi. Then mobile network, or it could be mobile network also. Once again, I'll come back to your doubts. Let's please listen to this and come back to the two doubts which have been raised in the chat. So Wi-Fi, you understood now? Like you would be having a Wi-Fi router at home and you can connect your laptops and phones to that. Then mobile network is there. Long distance communication for electronic devices via cell network. So your mobile data, that is what mobile network, or also your calling network also. And Bluetooth exchanges data over short distances, such as between smartphones. You can transmit using Bluetooth, right? Or your earphones could be connected to their smartphone using the Bluetooth, right? Your smart watches could be connected with the smartphones using Bluetooth. Then RFID. RFID is very important concept. I'll be showing you a video on this also. So what is RFID? It uses radio waves to read digitally stored data in RFID tags with applications in inventory management, asset tracking, and access control. This point, leave for the timing. I'll show you a video and then we'll read it again. You'll understand it better. So wireless technology, I hope you understand. Without connecting any wires, you're able to communicate with different devices and networks. So we understood Wi-Fi, mobile network, and Bluetooth. RFID, I will explain. Now, the doubts which I've got is doubt on Workday example. Workday is operating on internet and creating intranet for organizations. Yes. So Workday itself, it is an internet website. It is accessible to all. But your company specific profiles, which I was saying, now Rehan, like let's say I had one Workday profile for my ex company. Now I'm having a Workday profile for my current company. Now, can I access my current Workday profile, being outside that intranet link which is provided for me, which is embedded in the company's intranet? Can I use my personal laptop to access that? No. So every company puts different types of restrictions. Mostly 99% of the time, they will not allow some external link or external IP address to enter that link. They will show you address not found. If you try connecting to your Workday profile, company's Workday profile, using some external IP address. Did you understand, Rayan? All right. Then Rinky's doubt is, please explain extranet. So extranet is what I was explaining you. We have an intranet, right? Websites or content which is accessible only within that network. Whoever is a part of that intranet, okay, so your employee IDs get created and your IDs get mapped. So let's say your SAP data. So all of those who are working, you would have used SAP. So your company's data will be available only when you log in using your ID passwords. And also if you're on the network. Sometimes the companies, they put these restrictions. If you try accessing your SAP data from some other network, they will not allow you to access. You have to be in the company's network, maybe through VPN. Even if you're working from home, you're able to access that. That's correct, but that's enabled through a VPN. So the VPN places you on the company's network and then you are able to access SAP, right? That's how it works. Now coming back to extranet. So extranet is what? You have an intranet where you're interacting within the network. And when you're opening up that intranet to some other party, some external party. So I was giving you the example of customers, right? So basically you're allowing your intranet profile to be accessed by customers. So what does that mean? So let's say you are allowing the customers to upload their payment on your not just okay, not ignore this example. I'll give you another example. Let's say you are selling something to the your customers. So you have generated an invoice, and the customers have given you access to their intranet. So you can upload your invoice on their network directly. So that is what extranet. It's basically opening up the intranet to some selected users. So let's say your customers, vendors. So your vendors can come and upload their invoices on your application so that you can pay them on time. So that is what extranet is. Okay, it's the opening up of the intranet to some external users, example, customers or vendors. So I was giving you an example of ledger reconciliation, that data reconciliation, so that they can access their ledgers directly on the your intranet. Or they can understand what transactions have been recorded in their ledger so that they can also do the needful at their side. Understood, Rinky? Perfect. Now, network technology. A computing network comprises two or more devices communicating via physical or wireless links. What are they? The different network technologies. LAN, which is local area network, connects computers within a limited area using routers. Then wide area network, the internet is connected via the wide area network. Then storage area network, high speed network linking storage devices to multiple servers. So what is it? That, storage device, basically your computer is connected to different servers. I'm sure you all would be knowing each company has its own servers, right? So that is using the storage area network. And last is VPN, which I was telling you. VPN allows users to access a private network. I was telling you that you are able to connect from your home to your intranet using what? VPN. So it allows users to access a private network, which is what? Intranet over the internet, making direct connection to the private network. So the intranet understands that, okay, you are inside that network only, but it is the VPN which is enabling that. So if you're working from home, you have access to the internet. The company's laptop comes with a VPN. You may not know it that it's happening in the backend, but the VPN, it intimates the intranet that, okay, this computer, although it is not physically inside that network, it is a part of the network and you get to access the files whichever you want to. That is what VPN is. Now, let me show you a video on RFID. Very interesting. Short 1.5 minute video it is. Have a look at it and please watch it carefully.
RFID technology is everywhere, and today Kestronics, with the help of Zebra's RFID technology is everywhere, and today Kestronics, with the help of Zebra's range of RFID products, are going to explain to you how using RFID can simplify and streamline your business. We begin our journey in clothing manufacturing. Rain RFID tags are attached to garments. These tags look like a standard tag, but hold a transmitter which helps to book stock in, speed up the stock take, and more. Now manufacturing is done and it's on to distribution. When stock is brought into the warehouse, there's no need to check in every item manually, as the fixed RFID antenna picks up the signals from the Rain RFID labels to confirm if the box you have received on the shipment is correct. This gives you more time for other jobs or even a cheeky tea break. You used to only have time to do a stock take once a year. If your items have Rain RFID labels, you can do a stock take once an hour, once a day, or as many times as you need. Ultra-high frequency RFID readers can detect up to 900 items per second and automatically log them into your computer system. Previously, you relied on looking up SKUs and working out how many of one size or color you had. Now, size, color, and style can all be logged just by walking up and down an aisle. But don't worry, you don't have to be an expert to deploy your
Hey friends, welcome to the YouTube channel all about electronics. So in this video, we will solve this RFID. Let's start with what is RFID. So this radio frequency identification or RFID is a technology which is working on a radio frequency or a radio waves. So this technology is used to automatically identifying the objects or tracking the objects. Now here these objects could be anything. The objects could be a books in the library, or it could be the any item which you are purchasing from the shopping mall, or it could be the inventory in the warehouse, or maybe it could be your own car. And not only the objects, but it can be used for the tracking the animals as well as the birds. So in this RFID technology, the RFID tag is used to get attached to the object which we wants to track. So this RFID reader is continuously sending radio waves. So whenever this object is in the range of the reader, then this RFID tag used to transmit its feedback signal to the reader. So it is very similar to the technology which is used in a barcode. But in case of a barcode, the object and the scanner should be in a line of sight. As this RFID technology is not a line of sight technology, so as far as this object is within the range of the reader, object is able to identify the reader and it is able to send the feedback signal back to the reader.
I'll add one example to this context. So you would have seen now that in malls they place these machines on the entrance, that if you walk past it without getting your product built, it will there will be a siren blaring. Do you know about that? When you walk in, it would be like this shape is like a arched shape machine kept on both the sides, and you have to enter from inside and you have to exit from there. If you're trying to exit without getting a product built and the RFID tag is still intact on your clothes, the siren will start blaring. So what is happening is, so as the video said that the barcode and the product has to be in line of sight, whereas the RFID readers, they do not have to be in line of sight. If you pass by it, and it can easily recognize that and accordingly give the feedback whichever is fed into the system. Did you understand the concept of RFID tags now? So you would have seen now, in clothes, there is this gray colored buckle which is placed, and these counter guys, they use a machine to remove those gray label tag. Let me show you a few of them, if you'll understand like that. Yes, that gray colored. Sure. Okay, I was just looking it up. Not getting that gray colored thing, but here, see RFID inside. These things, they also carry. See this one. It has got an RFID tag inside the label. So all of these labels are, they see this is something, this shadow which you can see over here. It is an RFID. Okay. I was actually looking up for that gray color thing. I don't know what that is called. Yeah, this one. This is what I was looking for. So this, it has got an RFID, this one. I hope you're able to understand. So there is a, tag inside it. And if you do not get the product built, you cannot, and if you walk past out of the showroom, so the siren will blare and the shopkeeper will understand that you're trying to steal something, right? Anyone has encountered this issue? I'll tell you, I have encountered this. So once what happened, this happened with me in Bangalore, Phoenix Mall. I'd gone for shopping and I did my shopping and I paid the bill. And then somehow this guy did not remove that RFID tag. I walked out of the shop also, nothing blared, no sirens, nothing. I reached home, I had to attend a event the next day, and I was wanting to wear those clothes for that event. I come back home, I unpack my clothes, and I realized that the RFID tag is not removed. And I was like, what just happened? The everything was done, but this shopkeeper did not remove it. And I had to Google, on YouTube, I had to find some videos that how do you remove the RFID tag at home. So it turned out that their system was not working. It could have identified, it could have blared at that time itself that the RFID tag is not removed and the customer is trying to take it out without getting it built. But despite everything, although I paid it, I moved out with that tag, nothing happened. So later on, then I found some good, Indian guys uploading some hacks on how to remove that tag. Unfortunately, I did not have to travel back to the mall, but it happened. So yes, this technology is there, and visually we are across. We encounter it in our shopping experiences also. Those tags, they carry that RFID identifier. Sometimes it may not be in the form of that tag, but inside the labels of the brand. Understood now? Clear, everyone? Perfect. Let's come back. Perfect. So the next topic which we have is principal controls. See, controls are very important. So you might set n number of rules in the organization. And if you do not have any control check mechanism, those plans or anything that you put into picture, it's ineffective. Nothing will work out. So you need to have proper controls. What are controls? To check whether, some sort of a measure to check whether your actuals are progressing in line with the plan. So effective controls and procedures for internal information distribution, specifically for information distribution and generation, are crucial to ensure reports are created when benefits outweigh the production costs, avoiding unnecessary reporting. See, remember, this rules corporates always apply. Some corporates may not, but that's again bad leadership. Companies may be creating n number of reports. Okay. Some might be automated, some might be manually requiring manual efforts of the employees. It is always checked that the benefit of preparing that report. What could be the benefit of preparing a report? It could be to take informed decisions. It could be to do some analysis and then, action plan for future. So, in essence, reports are prepared for taking informed decisions. So, reports are created when benefits outweigh the cost. So, what would be the benefit? Informed decision making. And what would be the cost? Use of software, use of corporate resources. Corporate resources includes the employee salary. So it is always ensured and checked whether the benefits of the report, the benefits of analysis or informed decision making is much more than the cost. Now, these benefits may not be visually available in front of your eyes, but over time you will understand that, okay, by doing this analysis, I'm getting this benefit. Okay. Reports are sent exclusively to relevant managers to prevent information overload. In big organization, thousands of reports are getting prepared. Does that mean, okay, we have prepared it, now I will publish it to everyone in the company? Is it like that? No. Reports are sent exclusively to relevant managers to prevent information overload and ensure meaningful readership. Now imagine these IT guys, they have prepared some report of these system issues, bugs and all, and they send it to the finance manager in the company. What would the finance manager do out of that bugs report? No use. So you just can't overload everyone with your reports just because you have prepared it. It has to be sent to the relevant managers. Information duplication is avoided, maintaining data integrity and clarity. Only pertinent information is included in reports, enhancing their relevance and usefulness. Simple points. Now, what are the types of control? The primary controls for managing internal information distribution and generation include establishing agreed upon report formats. So you cannot have open-ended report formats. For reports to be productive and fruitful, the reports should have a standardized format. Providing distribution list for all reports to ensure targeted delivery. So every report should have a list of recipients to whom this report has to be given out, so that there is targeted delivery and no information overload for any users. Okay, it's a very simple point. I hope it is clear. Any point, if you feel like you're not understanding, just let me know. Now comes the topic of confidential information. Being in corporates, you will be coming across a lot of confidential information. And being professionals, you should know where to draw a line, what you can't and what you can reveal to outsiders. So I'm telling you, when you join corporates newly, and you get to know something interesting about the company, you'll be like, oh, wow, I need to tell this to my mommy. I need to tell this to my father. So that excitement comes in. But remember, you are professionals now. It's not some school homework. So you have to be very careful when you're dealing with confidential information. So most of the times when you're new in the jobs, you will hear your seniors telling you that, okay, please keep it to yourself. It should not go out to anyone. Okay, so I'll tell you an example. During BBD, the Big Billion Day sale, Everyone knows about Big Billion Day sales of Flipkart? How much splurging do you all do? Just Rehan has mentioned that he knows. Others don't know about the Big Billion Day sale event of Flipkart. No one shops. Saving money. No one shops. What happened? No, I'm asking, do you know about Big Billion Day or not? This man is waiting for it. Okay. So I'm sure all those iPhone lovers, they definitely wait for the Flipkart Big Billion Day sales, right? So I'll give you in context of this confidential information from there. So and very strictly we used to follow this. So Big Billion Day, BBD, we call it BBD in the company. So BBD goes live at 12 in the night. And iPhone prices are revealed. And in fact, just before that, 12 a.m. prices are kept like a secret. 5x 990, something like that they will mention on the website. I'm sure those of you have shopped. Okay, I'll come to that later. But so what they do is they don't reveal the full price. And when the prices are revealed at 12 in the night, and customers, so I've practically seen these things from inside, that it goes berserk. So the numbers jumping in crores, and the numbers coming in, flowing in. So coming back to what I was trying to say, that before that midnight hour, the prices of iPhone, they are completely sealed. And it is restricted to very limited people in the company, that what the price is going to be. It's not revealed, it's completely kept confidential. And when the sale goes live, everyone gets to know. But very restricted people in the mobiles team, let's say, okay, the business manager and the finance manager, of course, the IT team, because they are going to take it live. So very limited people, and all of them, they are signing to that confidentiality, that it will be remaining confidential in the last moment. No one breaks that. So I'm just giving you one relatable example. Okay. So that happens. So you have to stick, and a lot more critical confidential information. I mean, some complicated confidential details also are available, but just giving you one relatable example, that even as customers, you would have seen the website now. They keep the prices hidden. They'll mark 1x, 2x's, so that the ultimate price doesn't get revealed. And it all goes as guesswork. Okay, this will be the price, this would be the price. In fact, during, when the sale is going to go live, the Twitter also starts trending with Flipkart deals. So that's how it is. That's the, the excitement around the deals because of all the price reductions, the discounts that you get during the first few days. It's all very, interesting seeing it from the inside also. Being a full-time shopper and, being in the finance domain, so got to know about a lot of these things, just sharing with you some insights. So yes, confidential information is there and you have to stick to it. So security and privacy are closely related, and distinguishing between risks related to security or privacy can be challenging. However, it is clear that security pertains to the entire system, while privacy specifically concerns the data held within the system. This is just for generic remark, nothing doing. You can in fact ignore this paragraph. See, sometimes I just tell you that ignore this paragraph. You may cancel it out using a pencil. Now you do not have the physical copy, but once you get it, you can just cancel out a few paragraphs which I tell you that it's not relevant. So training all staff in computer security procedures is essential to create an appropriate attitude of mind. Integrity, careful, you have to be careful of what you're talking about. Security awareness, and a strong security culture within the organization. So I'm sure those of you are working, you would know that you're not able to connect pen drives to your laptops. Even if you connect, no file transmission will be allowed. You're not allowed to upload files on your personal email. Even if you open it on your work laptop, it will not allow you to upload files on your personal email, so that you do not, steal some information. So all of these controls are put in place by the organization. Okay. So what can you do as part of some staffing arrangements to ensure such controls are there. Yeah, breach of security prevention, right? So some staffing arrangements can also be made to ensure that, that privacy, that security of data is maintained. Then authorization for access and change routines to programs, ensuring that only authorized personnel can access or make changes to the programs. Segregation of duties. For example, programmers developing features on corporate systems should not have access to make changes to the code of live programs or view sensitive real-time data and processes without authorization. I'll give you a simpler example. So what normally happens is the person who uploads the payment. Okay, so in corporates, how does it work? It's not like that anyone can sign the check anytime and you can process the payment to anyone. It doesn't work like that. You have to upload the payment on the company's bank's website. Okay, that this is the payment, or you can upload it to your treasury team also. So you send that instruction. So let's say I am the user department. I have to make a payment to my region's vendors. So I upload that request. And then what happens? Can I only approve it? I am the user department. I am uploading the request. Can I only approve? Okay, yeah, company should make this payment. Can I be the approver in the system? Tell me. Can I upload the payment? Okay, I need to make this payment to XYZ person. This is the bank number. And I only go in the system and I say, okay, I will approve the request. Does that happen? Everyone, please participate. Can I do that? What will happen if I do that? I am the proposer and I am only approving it in the system also. What will happen if that is allowed? What will happen? Absolutely right. Personal interest. I start making payments to my own bank account. If there is no control check mechanism, I will start uploading the payments to my bank account. Won't I? Okay, I'll just upload my bank details. Okay, I need to make the payment to Anushka Jain's account, and I'll only approve the payment. I can use the corporate funds to make personal gains. So that is not allowed. So different companies, they put different levels of checks. For example, one uploader, then approver one, and then approver two. So three parties get involved in just one transaction. So that is the level of segregation of duties, so that not one person has the complete control of any transaction. Okay, so that is the concept of segregation of duties. Is it clear? Did you understand? Everyone, concept of segregation duties is important. You might get questions from this, so you should be 100% clear on it. Perfect. Next is vetting changes to the live programs. So what in tech world, what happens if you're making any program live, let's say you're making any feature on, let's say if you're talking about Flipkart only, if you're making any feature on the app live, it was always reviewed by someone else. Okay. So any changes to live programs should be reviewed and authorized by personnel with appropriate authority before being released. Thorough vetting of job applicants, ensuring rigorous background checks before employment. What if some, competitor companies, people are trying to, get access to your organization's database by, taking the form of a prospective employee? So that should not be, possible. So that is why there is a lot of background check and verification which is done before onboarding any employee. Then cleansing security access for terminated staff. Disabling access to accounts. I'll give you a typical example of this, which encountered very recently. So as I told you, we are in the liquor industry, right? Can you tell me name of the companies I'm talking about? Do you know any other company which is in the liquor industry? There's a listed company also, very popular. a liquor. Cisco is not a liquor. Beverage, alcoholic beverage company. Can you give me an example? United Spirit, that's what I was looking for. United Spirit also goes by the name of Diageo. Okay? Budweiser is a brand. So United Spirits is the name of the company, also known as Diageo. Then there is ABD, AB Distilleries. Then, so there are a few companies. Pisadilly Distilleries also got listed recently. So these are all companies in the alcobev industry. Alcobev is alcoholic beverage industry. Now, very recently, one of our company's employees, he was quite at a good position. He has already now put up his papers. He was leaving the company to join a competitor firm. Okay. So the day he put up the resignation, he got a 3-month garden leave. Immediately, his laptop was taken over. Okay. His data was erased or given to the respective manager. And basically, he was ripped off all the information which he had. Why? Because he was going to join a competitor firm. Okay. So 3 months of garden leave means what? 3 months he will have to be on the payrolls of our company. He will not have to work, and he cannot work in any other company also. So he has to fulfill his 3-month notice period, and no work. Basically, it's your leisure time, full on. You're getting the salary, and you get to enjoy your free time also. So that these are the rules to maintain confidentiality, because this person would be having so much critical information, and he was in the business field, but like finance people. In fact, finance people are also, have this eligibility that if you reveal that you're going to a competitive firm, your laptop will be taken away. You'll be given a 3-month garden leave, because as finance people, we have access to practically every information in the company. All the finances, what is the profit we are making in each product and everything. So if you're going to join another competitive firm, you're given a garden leave. Okay, so you stay out of the company's premises, but you cannot go and enter any other competitor company's premises also during this time. So this is what cleansing security access for terminated staff. I hope you now understood. But this is a very extreme case which I've told you. Normal termination also happens whereby you leave as per the notice period. You continue to work during the notice period, right? So that is obviously there. I was telling you a very peculiar example which I encountered recently. Next is risk analysis on sensitive stuff. Identifying low morale, poor motivation, and potential grudge bearers to mitigate risk. So, what if some employee is disgruntled? He's not having a good, feeling towards the company's, company. Okay, so he's disgruntled. He's not satisfied with the salary he's getting, or some sort of dissatisfaction is there. The company becomes very sensitive towards such employees. They're closely monitored so that they do not do damage, any type of damage to the company's database. Okay. Yes. So that is about the general security controls. Now, next is physical access controls. Physical access controls to prevent unauthorized access to computer systems include security guards and surveillance cameras to monitor and restrict entry, time-based controls limiting access to specific time periods only, then electronic door locks utilizing methods like PIN codes, access cards, or like a thumbprint impression or a eye scanner, right? All of these biometric data could be there to ensure a proper security-based physical access control. ID cards, yes. So only people with necessary ID cards would be allowed in the system. Is it clear? Please tell me simple points. Perfect. Next is logical access controls. After physical access is, okay, I'll give you one example. you might have seen that if any one of you have audited banks in your work, then you might have seen it. Otherwise, I'll tell you one example. So while you are accessing the internal chambers of a bank now, banks put double doors. Okay. So what they do is so that no tailgating happens. What is tailgating? So I am an authorized person. Okay. I am an authorized person. I have an ID card. Someone is stealthily trying to enter behind me inside that door. Okay. So that's called tailgating. So what banks do now, they put double doors. So one you enter, and again there will be like a passage, and then another door. And that will be like a closed passage. So if anyone tries to enter stealthily, he will get stuck in that passage only. So those types of controls, these are physical access controls so that unauthorized person do not enter the restricted areas. Okay. Then coming to the logic access controls. After physical access, logical access controls safeguard data and software against unauthorized access. These controls include system passwords for user authentication. Absolutely right, Ali. So the connections, and in fact, it is said also when you log in using your official laptop to any personal website, it will tell you that your personal activities will also be monitored by the company's network. So you have to be careful. If you're accessing anything personal on the company's laptop, know that it is being accessed. I mean, it is being monitored by the company's network. So those types of controls they put in place. Now, after physical access, logical access controls safeguard data and software against unauthorized access. These controls may include system passwords for user authentication, usage logs generated by computers to track business activities. Okay. So, they will create a log who has entered. I'll tell you proper audit trails are maintained for each action that you are taking on the laptop. So maybe not on the screen, not on your desktop or on the file manager, but anything. Let's say you're working on SAP. If you have created an entry, it gets recorded. If you want to delete that entry, the cancellation will get recorded. It's not like you can erase the creation of the entry. Creation will be there, then deletion will be there. So proper trail usage logs, they are generated by computers to track access activities. Additionally, okay, Ali is sharing some experience where he tried to access something on the computer of his laptop and it got monitored also. It happens, right? Additional fallback security or dial back security authenticates remote users. Can anyone give me an example? You also encounter this. Fallback security. You know what that means. So I'll give you an example. Bank calls, right? Yes, they'll send us a code when we try to log in from some unidentified laptop. Okay, so you try accessing your Gmail account from an unused laptop. For the first time when you try to access it, you will see that they will not allow you to access the email even if you're putting in the right user ID and password. They will ask for an authentication code which will be sent to your registered phone. They will ask you to choose a code that's select 92 on your phone. That is a type of callback security. Google verification number. They might send it to your registered mobile number. Yes, they select to select a code. Different type of callback is there. And what does this callback mean? A link is tried to create with a verified device. That this is the normal device with which this person logs in. Okay. And, if he's accessing from another device, then you need to do a callback security mechanism. Okay. So additionally, callback security, dialback security authenticates remote users. For instance, users logging in via a telephone line input their credentials and the system calls back them on a pre-arranged number for verification. So some other number will be used for verification. Yes, only the primary device. So in fact, what will happen? An email will also go to you that, you have logged in from this and this location. Is it you? If not you, please click on this link. Google will send that with, security mail. I'm sure you would have seen it. When you log in from a different location, it will send you a mail also that your email is being accessed by this device. So hacking incidents can be avoided because these are logical access controls. I hope you are now able to understand. Physical access was to physically disallow someone. Logical access is, through system logics, you're not allowing someone to access the details. Sorry. Now comes password. So please remember this example which I gave you, callback security. This is important term. Callback security or dialback security. Now passwords. A password is a sequence of characters known only to the user that allows access to a computer system. Effective password policies are crucial for maintaining security. Here are the best practices with respect to a password. So number one is password composition. I'm sure all of you would be knowing this, nothing to teach you. So passwords should include a mix of alphanumeric characters, both uppercase, lowercase. Preferably, passwords should be nonsensical. It should not be your name. You should not include your own name in the password. Okay. So it should be nonsensical yet memorable. For highly secure systems, include special characters like asterisk and hash key, at the rate, etc. So they ask you to put these values like uppercase, lowercase, numbers, special characters. So these are the normal requirements. The password should be 8 to 10 characters long, right? It should not include your name. It should not include your birth date because these are common identification credentials of any person. Yeah, they will ask you to change the password regularly. Yeah, that you have to change the password in every 90 days. So those types of restrictions are put and they are all part of password policy. Password maintenance, change the passwords regularly, which I was just telling you. Avoid passwords related to personal information, like I was just mentioning. Do not include birthdays or do not include addresses in your password. Do not write down password. There are so many instances. What people do is they'll write down the user ID password together at one place. But you should not do it. Even if you have to note it down, keep the user ID separate, keep the password separate. Do not put the user ID and password together. These are basic things which I'm sure you all would be knowing. Unique passwords. Use different passwords for different functions. Example, general system access. System access versus payroll access. That should be a separate password for that. Protect each access level of a program with a different password. Okay. So different passwords should be used for different levels of a program. So basically having different unique passwords. So, next is password attributes. Establish specific attributes for each password. Example, read only, read and write, valid for a certain number of entries. That means if you try to enter, so this is there on the bank's websites now. If you try to enter a wrong password 3 or 4 times, they will lock your account. Do you know? Have you seen that? And then you will have to contact the bank's administrator to get the password, reset. Anyone encountered? You might have forgotten a bank's password and then they will, just, if you enter a wrong password twice or thrice, they will block your account. Yeah, you know what happens. The debit card also, PIN also, if you enter incorrectly, they will block your account. Confidentiality. Password should never be divulged. You should divulge, meaning you should not tell it to anyone else. Ensure passwords are not readable on the screen as they are entered. If you saw something in today's class also, like when I was trying to log into my ACCA account, that was a system feature only. So the user ID was visible on the screen. That was my ACCA ID, but the password, it was not readable on the screen. So although I was sharing my screen, you could not get the password, right? So that is a system feature. These are all control mechanisms which are put in place by the organizations. So ensure passwords are not readable on the screen as they are entered. That is display an asterisk. That is what happened on the screen now when I was trying to log into my ACCA account. So they display an asterisk or dot instead of the actual character, right? Then company policy, document the company policy on passwords and make it available to all staff members. Everyone should know that they have to reset the password every 30 days, that this is the password, the ideal password type. Then attempt limits, limit the number of password attempts for high risk system. We have already covered that. So example, ATMs typically allow only 3 attempts before retaining the cash card. So they will block your card if you if you put in wrong PIN 2 or 3 times, they will block it. So that is passwords. Next is, okay, 1 second. Let me see if I can show you something interesting. So I'm putting in the link of the video also, which we saw now. RFID, I'm putting it over here. If you want to access it again, so you can double search for it. So these are the chapter notes, Excel notes, which I prepare and I'll share it with you. So RFID was this. I was actually going to have some video on. So normally they upload it in 2 to 3 days. So Sunday being a holiday tomorrow, it should be available to you by Tuesday or Wednesday. It's fun video. Let me see if it's a good one. I'll show you. It's fun. This seems to be a good one. Let me show it to you. The next topic which we have is on hacking. Let's watch this video.
Trade like this.
What does this even mean? Let me show you what hacking actually looks like. From the point where you're casually browsing the web to the point where your social media accounts were hacked, hacking happened. The hacker was able to take over your digital life. But how did he manage to do that? He might have done one of these three things. Let's see what they each mean. Breaches. Believe me or not, your password is probably already out there, publicly available on the internet without even your knowledge. This might feel a bit unconvincing, but it's true that there is a chance. Even mine existed publicly on the internet without even me knowing it, until recently when I finally found out that my credentials are already stolen and available for literally anyone to see. I had to then change my password on all my websites immediately. But how did this happen? How is it that your credentials are already publicly available on the internet? This is because of data breaches. When hackers manage to hack a website and get access to the website's database where the user information like their credentials are stored, they leak all this data on the internet. In most cases, they sell this data on hacker forums and dark web, or even post it on Pastewin. It's the hacker's choice, of course. This data contains the usernames and passwords of all or a part of the users of that website. So if you are a user of the website that got breached, your data is leaked too. Most of the websites hash your passwords before they store it in their database. So a hacker needs to first crack your password hash in order to find your real password in plain text. But I'm not saying that it is impossible to crack a password hash. In fact, most of the data breaches on the internet contain plain text passwords. Many famous websites like Twitter, LinkedIn, 000 Webhost, etc. already suffered major data breaches. And all these breaches are publicly available on the internet, literally for anyone to see. Fun fact, there is a breach compilation available on the internet that contains literally 1.4 billion email password combinations. Think about it, 1.4 billion. If you want to check whether your credentials are included in any data breach, you can go to haveibeenpwned.com and enter your email to search for any data that is associated with that particular email in any of the data breaches on the internet. But let me also tell you, even though your results are positive on this site, your data might still be in one of the breaches, which is not popularly known but still exists. This is the easiest way anyone can take over your social media accounts or online banking accounts or whatever it is. Recently, many YouTubers like Megan Rinks got their channels taken over by hackers because apparently their credentials already existed in a data breach. The best way to stay safe from data breaches is to use a different password for every website. Use a password manager like Dashlane to generate random, unique passwords for every website you use. Social engineering. This is literally you giving away your username and password to a stranger on the internet. Hackers can pretend to be someone else to try to extract your crucial information, like your credentials, directly from you. For example, let's say you get a link like this from someone, and this link claims that you can get Instagram likes instantly for free of cost. You click on the link and you're taken to a very convincing website that claims to offer you free likes for your Instagram posts. If you put in your Instagram credentials on this website, thinking that this is a legit website, well, you're hacked. This is called phishing. It is one of the several types of social engineering attacks, and it is also the most common technique hackers use. Now, this is obviously not limited only to Instagram. You may end up losing your other social media accounts, email accounts, or even your online banking accounts through social engineering. However, the way a hacker approaches you to perform this social engineering can vary. And sometimes, even if you're not a computer illiterate, you may still fall for it. A hacker can also install a rat on your device through social engineering. A rat is nothing but a malware that gives the hacker remote access to your device. By installing a rat, the hacker will be able to do literally anything, like stealing your credentials for different websites by using a keylogger, stealing your photos and videos, finding your exact GPS location, or even operating your device's camera or microphone without your knowledge. For example, look at this innocent SMS I received, which claims that if I install this network carrier app, I will get free internet data. I click on the link and download the APK. It does look like the official app of the network provider. Well, actually, it is indeed the official app of the network provider. But a rat is binded to this app by the hacker. As soon as I install this on my device, the hacker has complete access to my device. I was recently targeted by someone and they tried hacking my YouTube channel through social engineering. I've already made a video about it explaining what happened. If you are interested, you can watch the video by clicking the link in the description below. Man-in-the-middle attacks. Now this type of hacking is not very likely to occur, but there is a chance that you can get hacked by man-in-the-middle attacks. In this attack, a hacker can put himself as the man in the middle between you and the internet you're browsing. Let's say you're browsing internet from a public Wi-Fi network. Anyone who is using the same Wi-Fi network will be able to put themselves as the man in the middle, and they can see your internet traffic or even modify it. This means they will be able to see literally everything that you are sending and receiving from the internet using that public Wi-Fi. But as I said, it is very unlikely to happen because most websites nowadays use HTTPS connection, which means the traffic between you and the website is encrypted, and no man in the middle will be able to extract this internet traffic. But you're still at risk if you're using a website that doesn't use HTTPS over HTTP. In such a case, you may want to use a VPN to stay secure while browsing. You can watch the video I made about VPN to know more about why it's a good idea to always use a VPN. I will make sure to leave the link in the description below.
What video, no? So we put the link here for you. Hacking, defined as deliberate, unauthorized access. Anyone who has faced the experience of hacking? Any one of your accounts got hacked ever? Rehan got his Insta hacked. Then could you get it back or gone forever? Oh, okay. Okay. Something happened, although it was not a deliberate hacking attempt. Wow, Vardhan checked this website, which was being shown on the video now. Have been pawned or something that was website was there, and Vardhan checked it and has found that this his IDs are pawned. That means is out of 2 of his 4 email IDs, the details of his login are already available on the dark web. Okay, so that's so alarming to know. Even I'm gonna check it then. So it's risky, and every now and then we keep listening about the news of security breaches happening. It's the reality, but we have to live with it, right? In fact, something like that happened with me for my LinkedIn profile. So someday, I keep regularly checking my LinkedIn, and then one day when I open up, I find I'm able to access it with my mobile phone only. So I was using a mobile app. I log in and I find out that some other woman's photo is uploaded on my profile, and some random people's requests. I mean, I have made those requests to some random people, and I'm getting notification of he has accepted your request, he has accepted, and I'm like, what is happening? I could not even figure out what had happened. And sometime, like, I understood that okay, this, and she changed my name also, my LinkedIn name also. Some, I guess, this German was some German girl was there. I don't think it was a deliberate attempt. Somehow, I don't know whatever happened, but I was having access to my account. It was not completely hacked. So she started posting also on my account within a span of like, when I was, at night it happened, and when I wake up in the morning, I'm seeing all of that. And then I figured out, okay, something has happened. And then I immediately logged out. changed the password for login, and then I logged in again, then changed all the photos, the posts, whoever the requests were sent out to. In fact, there were messages in the chat that, I'm looking for a job and all. But she was not, posing as me, as myself. She was posing as herself only. But that happened. The ID password, I don't know how it could be common between two people, because I use my Gmail ID for login. But it happened. So there are security breaches like that. And this is the reality of life, right? And we have to be very, very safe and secure. Few years back, Dropbox got hacked and all of the photos were released online. So you no longer know what is safe, what is not, and it's a scary world, right? So that's something that you should always be careful about when you are on the internet, right? So hacking, defined as deliberate unauthorized access to a system and its data, has evolved significantly over time. Initially seen as a challenge by individuals seeking to demonstrate their prowess in reaching security measures, hacking now encompasses activities like data theft, manipulation. In fact, you would have seen so many people impersonate your account. So they'll take your images from somewhere, and then they will create your fake accounts, and then they'll start messaging people asking for money. So you can land in a police case if something goes wrong, because someone might have given that person money in your name, and then they file a case against you because they're not realizing that whom they are giving money to. So it's very, very scary. So in breaching security measures, hacking now encompass activities like data theft, manipulation, and program alteration also. So contrary to popular belief, the majority of hacking incidents are perpetrated by insiders such as employees. Now coming back to the corporate world, leakages or hacking happen mostly by the employees because they know some sort of a loophole. In fact, just yesterday I was reading a news that one of the Swiggy's ex-employees stole 3 crore rupees. He somehow espionaged that funds, 3 crore rupees to his personal account. Can you imagine, the level of loopholes he would be knowing to, do something like this. Just yesterday I was reading in the news. So all of these things can happen if your systems are not safe and secure. So there are two primary forms of hacking. Authorization attack. This involves cracking passwords using specialized computer programs that systematically test possible passwords until correct one is found. They will randomly, keep putting the passwords, authorization attack. So they keep cracking different passwords until one is found to be correct. So that's called authorization attack. And then there is trapdoor or backdoor attack. These exploits utilize existing vulnerabilities within a system's program code. In some cases, these vulnerabilities are intentionally inserted by programmers, allowing them to bypass security measures at a later time. So, you are going to use some loophole in the system. There is some vulnerability in the system which gets abused, which gets exploited. Okay. So there are some hacks which are, to counter the hacking attempts, organizations, they employ various measures like physical security, securing physical access to systems and infrastructure, logical security, implementing access controls, encryption, and other digital security measures. So although already we have covered physical access, logical access, then system logs and trails, I told you every action gets recorded. So maintaining records of system activity to detect unauthorized access. Sentinels or watchdog programs, monitoring systems for unusual activities. So I'll tell you an example here. So on Flipkart also, this was, very closely managed because I'm sure, you would know that these systems, they're very susceptible to frauds by external parties. So wherever we would see any unusual customer behavior, that one customer is placing hundreds of orders in a day, suddenly something has happened, it is possible that there is some breach that he is exploiting. So there are some watchdog programs. This used to be a, continuous process. Every time this process would be on, that any sort of unusual activity that would be tracked and necessary corrective action would be taken. So the account would be temporarily blocked. Necessary, checks would be done and found out that whether this is actually genuine or some, security breach has happened. And then next is data encryption, protecting sensitive data by encoding it so that only authorized parties can access it. So you encrypt the data, like use a code word to decode it. Then you might have seen now that when you're using WhatsApp, what does it say? That your messages are end-to-end encrypted. And then even the video said that the details are encrypted on HTTPS websites. So it's like there is a hashing mechanism which is happening in the background, which you and me do not see on the face of it. Encryption happens, that some conversion happens in a code, and then decryption also happens so that the recipient can read the message normally. So that is encryption. Then quality control and risk analysis, implementing rigorous procedures during program and website development to identify and mitigate potential vulnerabilities. So these are all the checks and balances which companies keep in place: encryption, watchdogs, system trails, physical security, logical security. So these all things are maintained by the companies so that their security breach or hacking does not happen. Is it clear, everyone? Yes? Just coming to that. I was expecting this question, ma'am. Do I need to memorize it? You don't need to memorize it. See, what type of questions will come now? You will be given with a scenario. And then you have to tell whether each of these, things will be applicable and related to the scenario. But don't start memorizing that, okay, authorization attack is there, nothing to memorize as per definition, but you should know what each of these terms mean and what different types of security mechanism are there so that you can relate it to the question scenario and frame your answer. So nothing to memorize, that this is the explanation for this point, but you should always be aware that all these aspects are there that can be used to frame good quality answers while writing. And then, like the terminology I told you, to remember this term, callback security. So there could be objective test questions around this. So you have to know the terms for you to be able to answer, but nothing to memorize as such that you start learning all of these explanations and the words. Yeah. All right. Okay, then. So on that note, we'll pause our class here for today and we'll catch up tomorrow, same time, 7 a.m. Everyone, please do try to be regular in the class so that you're able to understand better. Okay. Thank you so much for joining in. Bye-bye. Have a good day ahead. Thank you. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.